One, call to order the full city council meeting that is on Zoom and being recorded. The clerk will call the roll for attendance.
Anderson Burgos.
Here.
Bartley.
Here.
Rainey.
Here.
Hernandez.
Here.
Leahy. LeBron
Present.
Martinez. LeBron Martinez. Lisi.
Should be absent tonight.
Here. Yep. McGee.
Here.
McGivern.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Sullivan.
Here.
Tallman.
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
All right, with that, we have a lengthy agenda tonight with some late files. So if it's going to committee, I'll just remind people it's not debated, send it to committee. The committees have been doing a great job with meetings pretty much every night. So with that, what we have first before us is a public hearing, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the petition of polls.
Motion to take off the table for discussion and open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion is to take up items 1, 2, 3, and 4 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion is to open. Someone had a question? Sorry.
I'm so sorry, Mr. President, to interrupt, but I received a message that there's no audio. I think on the stream, it's on the stream that there's no audio for the people to listen to what we're saying.
Jeffrey, can you check that? Or
Yeah.
There's audio on mine.
Council Graney's got audio. He can hear it.
But that would be like on channel 15 that he can hear it, right?
Yeah,
on
channel 15. Yep.
I know, but
What-
they're saying that the Zoom link, there's no audio for the people that are in Zoom.
Is that in the waiting room?
I think it's
Counselor?
the difference, yeah, the difference between the participants and the, I forget what the other group of people is called, the attendees.
So they can log into channel 15 if they want to get the audio if they're participants or not, or they're in the waiting room.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Okay.
not sure why attendees wouldn't be able to hear that.
Right. Because they've heard, because while they're waiting, they should be hearing.
Yep. But if not, just turn to channel 15 because the audio is working.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
So with that, motion is to open a public hearing for items 1, 2, 3, and 4. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Under discussion, is there a member here from the gas electric?
Is that Vincent O'Connor?
Yeah, Vincent O'Connor. I see him
Okay.
on my screen. Vincent, can you hear us? Can you unmute? I just lost him. He's raising his hand. Vincent, we see you. We're calling on you. Can you unmute him, Jeffrey?
He should have the capability to unmute
Vincent,
himself.
hit *6 to unmute or space bar. There's another way of trying to do it. *6 if you're on your phone.
There you go.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Vincent, how are you?
Apologize. Very good. Good evening, council members. For those that don't know me, my name is Ben O'Connell. I work for Holyoke Gas and Electric. I'm an electrical engineer. Tonight, we have submitted 4 poll petitions. These poll petitions are associated with commissioner commitment projects for the year 2021, associated with our backyard pole and wire relocation project, where we are trying to transition out of customers and residents' backyards, private property, and move our facilities into the public taking and refeed these customers from the front yard. The 4 poll petitions that were submitted are associated with Lincoln Street and Princeton Street. All of the abutters and residents within, I would say, an approximate 200 to 300 foot radius have been either called, spoken to, or provided information in regards to these poll locations. If you like, I could start briefly with the just to get the Lincoln Street poll petition out of the way.
All right, so the first one, item 1, is a poll petition for 20 Princeton Street. Number 2
Okay.
is a class 2 poll on Lincoln Street near 41 Taylor. Number 3 is dead end of Princeton Street. And number 4 is 12 Princeton.
Yes.
Are those, yeah.
So
item-
the Prince.
Item 2, you want to go first, or?
Yeah, just because that one's kind of Princeton Street has 3, and then Lincoln Street is just a single poll. So Lincoln Street, what we're basically doing is relocating an existing pole approximately 15 feet west into the sidewalk area from where the existing pole is today. This pole is going to be used to actually refeed Taylor Street. Not much more information other than that. All the customers, though, within that area have been notified of the pole shift, and we did not receive any negative feedback or anybody that disagreed with the relocation.
Okay. And then we have the 20 Princeton Street, dead end Princeton Street, and 12 Princeton Street.
Okay, so between the backyard of Jefferson Street and the dead end on Princeton, and what we'd like to do is actually pull that pole out of the backyard and onto that dead end street. The abutters for that pole have all been notified and are all in agreement to that relocation of that pole. The other caveat to that is we're actually going to be transitioning the rest of Jefferson Street this year out of the backyard. So that pole, existing pole in that location, is no longer going to be needed for Jefferson Street, but it will be needed for, I believe, at least one customer at the dead end of Princeton to be refed with their electrical service. Otherwise, we would have just got rid of the pole. And then the next one, I believe, is marked as pole 1 on Princeton. And that is going to be a new pole set. So the deal with this pole set is that there's an existing street light, cement pole street light on Princeton Street, and it sits in between 2 driveways. And I spoke with the owners of the properties, and the deal is that they want us to remove that cement light fixture and relocate it. So in order to do that, I would have to install a new pole near the property line of, I believe it's 12 Princeton Street. And all owners and abutters agree to that move. In addition to that, in order to make that happen, I would actually have to put another pole towards the Pleasant Street side, which is near, I believe it's 2 Pleasant Street, or 2 Princeton and 20 Princeton. Let me just bring that up real quick. And again, I spoke with the residents in the area, and they all agreed to the pole relocation and the new pole set.
Okay, are there any questions from the council with regards to these polls? Hold on, I'm just trying to pull up not seeing any hands.
Make
No
a motion
questions.
to open the public hearing and allow the public to speak.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Is there anyone from the public wishing to address this issue on the polls? Jeffrey, if there is anyone, can you let them in from the waiting room, or?
There are no hands up, and they can actually speak from the waiting room.
Is there anyone in the waiting room wishing to speak on the poll, petition for polls? Hearing
Motion
none.
to close the public hearing.
Motion is to close the
Second.
public hearing. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All those opposed? So with regards to 1, 2, 3, and 4, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve the,
Second.
petition for
Motion is to
the,
approve all
gas,
4
electric.
poll for gas and electric. I always forget on the polls because we don't do much. Is there a roll call for this one or no?
So,
No, I don't think so. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it.
Make a motion to take item 5 and 6 off the table.
Motion is to take up 5 and 6 off the table as a package. All those in
Mr.
favor?
President, if we could suspend the rules and also take up item 17.
So 5, 6, and 17. Let me get 17. Give me a second. It's a large pile here. Okay,
Mr. President, further suspend the rules and take up item 13 as well.
13. All right, give me a second. All right, so motion to suspend rules, take up 5, 6, 13, and 17. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 5, quickly, is that the Committee on Finance who is referred hereby appropriate transfer $5,957 from special counsel to city solicitor. 6 is from finance, $5,196 from special counsel to city solicitor. 13 is from the acting city solicitor, resignation of acting city solicitor. Dear Acting Mayor McGee, please accept this as my formal resignation from my position as acting city solicitor effective April 30th, 2021. Thank you for all your giving me the opportunity to serve as a city for the past 4 years. I'm very grateful for the experience. There has certainly never been a dull moment, but there's no fun in, I send a huge thank you to the team and the law department and keeping a positive attitude through the changes in managing, keeping with the working flow. I look forward to the next chapter, both for myself and the city of Hoyoke. I wish you the best. That's from Crystal Barnes. From Dupre, well, hold on, let me just finish. 17 was from Dupre Law Offices. Dear Solicitor Barnes, it is my understanding that you have requested my legal opinion regarding whether or not Mass General Law 44 Section 68 prohibits retroactive pay to an employee who was working in an acting position. See law provided as follows, Section 68. Whenever a city or town direct votes to grant a salary increase to all or its employees, such increase may be retroactive to the date not earlier than the beginning of the fiscal year prior to the date of such vote. In my opinion, above referenced law would not apply to the particular circumstance. The pay at issue is related to pay deficiencies or differential as opposed to a regular salary increase. In addition, is my understanding that the payment is being made for working that has already been performed. Therefore, the payment is not a salary increase, but instead a payment for work performed on behalf of the city. If you have any questions, Russell Dupree. So motion is to take 13 and 17 and receive.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Back to 5 and 6.
Make a motion,
Which is
5 and 6 pass their first reading.
Second.
Motion is to receive,
5 and 6
adopt,
pass their second reading.
receive, adopt to pass the second reading because it's always under first reading and then tabled. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you,
anything,
Mr.
or-
President. Just a quick recap. At our last meeting, these were a package that came out of the Finance Committee, an issue that we were dealing with our city solicitor, our acting city solicitor, Crystal Barnes, and pay that was owed to her. We discussed, I won't go in detail for everything, but I'll be glad to answer questions. We discussed in detail what her pay should have been since late 2018 when she took over the duties because of her position as the senior assistant city solicitor. she took over the vacancy duties of the city solicitor position itself. We are not changing the salary of the city solicitor. We are not changing the salary of the assistant city solicitor. What we're recognizing is an ordinance that automatically makes the senior assistant city solicitor the city solicitor when there is a vacancy, which we know there's been a vacancy since Paul Pear left that position. I believe it was October of 2018. The transfers were put before us for different periods of this period where Crystal Barnes did perform the duties. We've had a number of questions that were asked. We passed a transfer at the last meeting that would keep her salary this year and for the remainder of her tenure with the city at the city solicitor's salary itself. We tabled these two items to seek some help in terms of both legal and in terms of interpretation of law itself as to what we can and we cannot do. Some of us believed exactly what Attorney Dupre has said to us in item number 17, that this is a form of back pay that is owed to an employee. Back pay for duties that she did perform. We can all attest to that because she works with us as close as she works with any part of government within the city of Holyoke. We know she performed the duties. We know she did her duties very well. And I think over those years, this body has on more than one occasion complimented her and thanked her for those duties. So essentially these two transfers are the back pay that's owed to her, money that should have been authorized and paid through the auditor and through payroll without question from anybody. That's the point of what back pay is. Federal law, we understand that when a person is due their salary, an employee is due their salary, the employer must pay that salary accordingly. And that is what is before us this evening. It is subject to back pay situations like this. If there ever was a lawsuit, are subject to both attorney's fees and triple, how do you say that? I'm not an attorney. Triple damages. Triple damages. That's just something I wanted to point out because I was looking into this and I've heard a lot of people talking about what we're actually doing. We're doing the right thing is what we're proposing to do here. And that's what is before the city council tonight.
Anyone else? Anyone further?
I just believe the word Joe was searching for is triple net damages.
Thank you, Councilor Lee.
Seeing no one, hopefully. Councilor Bacon, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I understand the position of the people that are promoting this as it's been described before the council. However, the reality that we lived through was that it is the mayor who prepares the budget. It is the mayor who brings appropriations to the city council, which he did not do in any of those prior years. And so while there may be an opinion relative to the ability to do it, it was not before the council to do it. And the council made the person whole relative to the salary should the person be remaining. And I think at this point, to give this as basically a severance payout, given the dire economic condition of our city, is just really over the top to the taxpayers. I don't belittle the work that Attorney Barnes did. However, that was in the mayor's purview. And for 2 years, the mayor did nothing and brought budgets to us that we had to cut over $1 million out of, and we're still suffering under. And so this is just out of order from an appropriations point of view and an affordability point of view on the taxpayers. But that's my perspective. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Just two things. It's not severance pay. Obviously, the legal term of severance pay is something given to an employee who is severing ties with their employer. This has nothing to do with a severance pay. This is back pay for duties that were performed by an individual. On Councilor Bacon's point, the mayor put the money in the budget all along. The money for the salary of the city solicitor for each budget that we adopted was in the line item where it belonged, even when the position was vacant. Sometimes that money was transferred out. We've heard that from the assistant city solicitor, but the mayor put the money in the budget. The confusion was the mayor should have followed up, I agree with Councilor Bacon, on the interpretation of law, on the interpretation of the position doesn't have to be appointed or singled out as an acting city solicitor. The position is automatically an acting city. I'm sorry, the acting city solicitor is automatically a city solicitor. So it was in front of us. The transfer is for payroll purposes of salary that's in one line item for Crystal's pay as assistant and putting it into a line item which was transferred out earlier this year to pay other bills. So there's a big difference there. This is back pay.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I just wanted to sort of echo some of the comments that have been made about this is work that has been performed. And it was work that was performed at a grade. And so the differences here are really owed to the employee for having performed those jobs out of grade during that time. This employee needs to be compensated for that work. And I do also want to make a point to disagree with the conception that our city's finances are in dire straits. We had our bond counsel in last week to the finance committee, and they really felt that we were in a very healthy position in terms of our city's finances overall. We don't have budgetary issues, we have financial management issues. And we had, $350,000 worth of free cash until there were problems with the grants management. So to paint the picture that our city's finances are in dire straits is just not accurate. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor Bacon. Councilor Bacon, you're on mute.
I would respond to the notion that our auditors indicated that the city is in good financial condition, and I would argue that point strenuously. While we do have good bond rating, because some of us on the council have been vigilant in protecting our stabilization fund, our cash situation is terrible because we are spending every single penny that we take in. And our auditor also said to us that we should not be using our free cash for operations, but we should be using it for the capital expenses that we're having so much trouble coming up with the money to fund, which is why we're going out to bond. So we're spending every penny we're bringing in. We're never bringing in enough because we're always spending more than the poor taxpayers who are already paying the highest rates in the state, some of them. And to say that we're in a good financial condition when that is the context that we're in is just incorrect. Thank you.
Seeing no one further, motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 5 and 6 in the transfer for both.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Rainey,
No.
Hernandez. Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
No.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
Only 7 votes for this one, right? Councilor McGivern?
That's correct for the second reading
Because
majority.
it's second reading, so that passes. Someone had a, who?
This is Gladys. I just want to be recognized, but I cannot stay throughout. I just arrived. I was
Okay,
out of the-
Councilor LeBron Martinez is here. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
I did tell people you were gonna be able to make it, but we're glad that you could. Thank you. All right, so that was 5 and 6.
Motion to take number 7 off the table.
Motion to take 7 off the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Committee on Finances refer to order that in accordance with Mass General Law 59, Section 38H, the City Council approve and ratify the agreement between Holyoke Best LLC in lieu of tax, the pilot. Recommended that be adopted. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did report this out of committee at the last city council, and Councilor Sullivan helped me out because I believe he asked for some time to check out one figure.
Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, so I had a chance to speak with the assessor and legal on this, and the amount that the Holyoke Best LLC is paying is the exact same amount as the only other battery storage unit we have in the city. It's for $1,500 per megawatt. And this it will result, it's a 5 megawatt facility, will result in just shy of $7,500. And this is fair, it's equitable, it's exactly what the other one is paying. So, and that's the only thing that I wanted to confirm anyways.
Okay. Anyone further?
So I make a
Motion to pass it?
Motion is to receive and adopt and pass the agreement. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the pilot.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Mute.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Holman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the pilot. On to public comment. Is there anyone here, Jeffrey, for public comment?
There are several members of the public here. I see some hands being raised, so we'll just want to make sure to give them instruction on how to be recognized, either raising hand or hitting *9 to raise the hand if they're on a phone.
Okay. So if you're here for public comment and you haven't done it before, we ask that you give your name and your address, and then it's 1.5 minutes per our rules. Around the minute mark, I'll just let you know as a friendly reminder, and after that, we'll go on to the next person. So with that, for public comment, Jeffrey, if you can see their hand. I got it over to attendees, my computer. I have Nev Campron, if I'm saying that right?
Yeah, sure. It's actually, yeah.
I say, correct me. I apologize.
No, it's really Capobianco. My great grandparents changed it. I pronounce it wrong, so I'm not really wedded. Capron's fine. Capron, Caperon, whatever you want.
Well, thank you very much. Address, and then I turn it over to you.
Sure. I'm at 72 Congress Ave, Holyoke, Massachusetts. I'm here tonight to talk about, I guess, a couple of the ordinance in relationship to the Relief Act. I wanted to make clear that the Relief Act funding is determined by the poverty rate for Holyoke, by the poverty rate and the rate of unemployment. And also, you're going to get a little bit of extra because we're a member of a defunct county. And I'd like to say that I feel very strongly, and actually the Relief Act is designed to have community leaders and the community participate in like the planning of how this money is spent. And so relative to, number 11, where I feel like, and people know that I feel very strongly about, like when we have a fire or a displacement, that there should be some sort of way that the city is informed about what's happening to the displaced people. Have the displaced people been housed, in hotels, or are they on the streets? And like, what is going on to like put them back in their housing? I also think that the Relief Act is flexible, and that there could be an argument made to that the monies could be spent from the Relief Act to re-roof those buildings, the recent,
You're at 1 minute.
and shore up the walls. I also think that, you know, that the money can be spent on sewage. And, you know, if it is, I see that you guys want to hold the sewage department to some sort of, you know, giving like a competitive sewer rates. And I want to know legally and constitutionally or whatever, can we fine them if they don't? Like if they take Relief Act money and they mismanage it, can there be a consequence? And if there were in the unlikelihood,
we're at our time, just to let you know.
Fine.
If we can
I'm
finish
done.
up.
Thanks.
No, if you just want to finish
No,
up.
and in the unlikelihood that there was a savings, could it be passed on to elderly and low-income homeowners, right? If there was a reduction in the sewage rate, could it be progressive? Could it be weighted towards low-income homeowners and the elderly homeowner? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next, I see Scott DeFelice. Scott, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Scott, just your address, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, Scott DeFelice, 60 Cleveland Street, Holyoke.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm speaking on the Yale Street Medical Facility today. Regarding the matter, I think it is clear that the ZBA has not fulfilled its duty in approving the permit. The ZBA is an administrative legal proceeding which has a duty to weigh evidence, be free from political influence, and offer due process. I believe this has not been the case. In the Mass Land Court case number 19 MISC 000557, there are 2 expert witness testimony affidavits on behalf of the plaintiffs that argue that medical is a major element. By Dr. Winsman, a 20-page affidavit. By Dr. Gray, a 17-page affidavit. MHA has only offered an assertion by an MHA staffer to make this claim, not an officer, and no one outside of their organization. I think, therefore, it is clear a mistake has been made and the permit must be rescinded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is, I'm just going through here. Langdon, did I see that? Or let me go back.
Yep. Elena Langdon.
Elena Langdon.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Address, and then I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. My address is 67 Yale Street.
Okay.
In Holyoke.
And, all right, over to you.
And thank you, counselors. I've never spoken at a city council before, so I'm a little nervous, but I just like to speak tonight in favor of the facility at 11 Yale Street. I bought our house at 67 about 2 years ago. We knew about the facility and we were very happy to have the facility in the neighborhood. It had already received permits. I do not think the permits should be rescinded. I disagree completely with the idea that it is a medical facility. And I think that the group Citizens for Holyoke is motivated by other things other than a concern about it being a medical facility. And I think that Holyoke should be, I did send a letter to councilors Lisi and McGee about this issue, and a op-ed letter as well to the newspaper. I think that Holyoke should be a city that is about embracing everyone. And I think that this campaign to try to rescind the permit and not allow this program to run at 11 Yale Street is about fear and prejudice. And I think that that's not the kind of city that I want to live in. I think that everyone deserves to live in this beautiful neighborhood and in that beautiful house. I'd much rather there be a program there with residents that don't have cars than have an Airbnb, than have any other kind of bread and breakfast where people are going in and out.
One minute, just let you
Okay.
know. No worries, no worries.
And having any other facility that's going to have, you know, large members or some rich family that gets to live there. Why not allow others who are in a program trying to better themselves, trying to become better citizens, live in a place like that. And so I just want to say that I am not one of the people that is opposed to that facility. And I think there's others on the street. And I don't think that that permit needs to be looked at again. It's not a medical facility, it's a residence. And
we're at our time.
Those are my main points. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Steve Rosenbush.
Please hope he can't get in. I'm sorry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. My name is Steve Rosenbush. I live at 1155 Northampton Street, which is a considerable distance from Yale Street. I am not impacted by what happens at Yale Street, but I am impacted by what happens to this city. And I think it's very clear that out-of-state corporations are profiteering by buying our low-cost real estate and taking advantage of our lax zoning laws. Now, as far as I know, I am the only openly gay man who has been involved in fighting that Yale Street facility. And the reason is, for the last 30 years, I have been an AIDS prevention and treatment activist, which means that I have had to work with substance abusers and sex workers, and they are often the same people. And I am appalled by the fact that MHA has been misleading all of us by using words like, oh, mental health issues. Well, I have mental health issues.
Steve, we're at 1 minute. Just a heads up, right. 1 minute.
Okay. I've been locked in here talking to squirrels, but that is different than the deep-seated psychiatric problems that these patients are bringing to us. They have all failed at other rehab facilities. Psychiatric issues, whether or not medications are involved, are medical issues. And I don't believe that facility belongs on that block.
All right, Steve, we are at our time.
Okay.
Thank you. Next is Liz. Why not?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Liz Wynot. I live at 256 Pine Street in Holyoke, and I just want to quickly say that I agree that the property going into 11 Yale Street is considered a residential facility. I'm very involved in work related to opioid use disorder, and within the past few years, we've been seeing an increase in overdoses. We've been seeing an increase in people needing treatment. And personally, I witnessed the struggle faced by people every day with getting into treatment. And I welcome this facility. I think it will provide a tremendous benefit to many individuals and won't have a negative impact in the city or in the community. I've just seen a lot of the benefits that places like this can have, and that I've seen that this doesn't have a negative effect on the local community. And I am just very, I guess, happy to live in a city that is open to welcoming people and welcoming programs such as this. And I just want to go on record and say that I'm fully supportive of this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment? Going through the attendees room. I don't see any hands up. If you are on a phone, remember to *9. If I'm saying that right, Jeffrey?
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Not hearing anyone. We'll go back to communications. Do we want to go out of order? I know there's people here for the schools. I know Senator Vilas appears to be online. Would we like to go out of order to item 46?
So moved.
All right, so motion is to go out of order to 46.
Could we do 34C and then 46? Because they kind of relate. One relates to committee work and then resolution.
So 34C.
Yes. We'll see.
Second the motion.
46.
I thought you talked to Kevin.
All right, so take up 34C and 46. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 34, Committee on Joint Committee on City Council and Schools, it was referred that the convening of a review process and discussion on the middle schools, the Joint Committee and City Council and School Committee meet to invite in the mayor, school department receiver, treasurer, members of the finance team, members of the community review the feasibility study on the MSBA financing and collect the necessary data requested by the MSBA in order to better assess the project proposal. Recommended that's been complied with. And from that meeting came out item 46, which is from Councilor McGee, order a resolution that the Holyoke City Council endorsed the plan to apply to the MSBA to build one middle school for 550 students, and has received information from our financial advisors indicating that the city has the capacity to finance the construction. This resolution was approved by the Joint Committee, School and City Council and School Department on March 17th, 2021. So with that, I know there's Anthony Soto is here. As I said, Senator Vilas is here. Whitney Anderson is here. Aaron Levine is here. And there might be some others. I'd make a motion to suspend the rules to allow us to ask some questions if there's anything outstanding from that joint committee meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So with that, I'll turn it over to
Can I give the committee report? Because Councilor Brown Martinez asked me to give the committee report. So I'm going to do
absolutely.
that.
So Councilor Murphy.
So just in your order finalizes the committee, but the committee met, we had many discussions, and obviously we're not committing to a specific location where we're on a contract. We're not committing that this is, we're going to bond. We are saying basically we want to be put into the MSBA's pipeline. And we have received analysis from our bond counsel and from our financial advisor that we are in good position to be able to afford one of the middle schools should the MSBA provide us with the financial support that they have indicated is good chance it's coming. So basically what the committee recommends is that there be a resolution. Your order on number 46 basically is that resolution. And it's just, and if I'm not mistaken, the MSBA is meeting next Wednesday to discuss this, so that we need to be able to act on this tonight. They have asked us, and they've made it pretty clear, they really would like the city council to go on record that we want to move forward on this. Obviously, we'll see things come down the pike with numbers as we come further down, but with what we know now, we would like to have a new school. One new school, 550 students with some flexibility to go a little higher, and the MSBA's endorsement in additional financing. So I would like the committee report to be accepted as complied with, and then item 46 to be recommended for adoption, and the resolution sent to the MSBA.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question through you to the chair. I understand the number stated is 550, but you indicated flexibility to go higher. Is there a ceiling on that number?
The flexibility to go higher was if we ended up with 575 needed to go, we have some flexibility in terms of number of students in each classroom, but The ideal situation would be 550, but it does have some capacity to go a couple of students higher in each classroom, as I understand it. And I would certainly
Okay.
it's the educational experts, but that's what I recall us hearing the other day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone further? Any questions for Council Murphy or the committee members? Any questions for, we have Anthony Soto, Whitney Anderson, and so on. Any questions for them? Seeing none. All right, so for 34C, it's motion that it has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Now to 46 is that the city council support the resolution. That once again, it's simple, and thank the committee members, both sides, school and city council, and all the members online tonight, like Anthony Soto, Whitney Anderson, Senator Vilas. We met on St. Patrick's Day, just as a reminder when we all met. So great meeting and have everyone there. I see some chuckling finally. I gotta have some humor here, folks. But the resolution as adopted that night and went back and forth just to make sure we had the language right for tonight. And Councilor Murphy stated correctly, order that the resolution that the council endorsed a plan to apply to the MSBA to build one middle school for 550 students and have received the information that we have the capacity to finance the construction. So with that, if we like that language, motion is to receive, adopt. We'll have the clerk call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the resolution, and then we'll send it off to Anthony and them to take to the MSBA.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
She may have left.
She
I
might
think she
have.
left.
Yeah, I think she might have dropped off.
Lucy,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Holman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the resolution, and we'll get that over to the members. Thank you for everyone who was part of this. This is just the start. So with that, we'll go back in order.
Once we take up item 8.
Go back to item 8.
Second. Second.
Pile's going down a little bit. It's going down just a little. We're getting there. All right, so 8 is communications from Mayor Morris. Letter regarding the services and equipment needed to provide Spanish interpretation for the city council.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate the fact that this letter was sent to Scott. And as you know, I filed the order and had many councilors co-sign it to try to have our meetings interpreted into Spanish. The letter basically is to Scott McPherson from Holyoke Media, and he basically indicated that all payments for interpretation services, including hardware and interpreters, should be paid by the municipal projects account with no expense from the city budget. And with that in mind, and I know Scott has indicated that he certainly feels like that's possible, and I would, if he's here, I would recommend him talking. But if that is the case, then the only part missing, Mr. President, would be you meeting with Scott. And I know the council has agreed that you would have final say in terms of approving and designating who should be translating, and you would be in that position. So I would hope that with this letter received, we're agreeable that we're not going to be taking this out of the city budget, number one, and number two, that you would be able to meet with Scott and whoever he wants to recommend, and so that you can have a chance to be able to recommend to the council that this is the interpreting service that we would like. But I want to appreciate it all, and we've been patient with this and trying to put this together and trying to make this work. So I'm happy the mayor wrote this letter before he left. I know Scott has been in agreement since the beginning, and hopefully we can move forward. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern, you had your hand up or no?
I did, Mr. President. I think Councilor Murphy summarized it. I just wanted to make it clear to everybody listening that that's what the letter said. It's to come, the monies for services and equipment will come from PEG Access, no other part of the city budget, no other budget, affiliated with the city.
Yeah, it says, just so the public knows, thank you for identifying the services and the equipment that are needed to provide Spanish interpretation or city meetings. Please pay any costs associated with providing the service, including hardware and the cost of interpreters from the municipal projects account. The portion of the PEG revenues that can only be used at the discretion of the mayor, payments of this account should cover all costs associated with providing interpretation so that nothing is paid for by the city. Should any obstacles arise that the interpreters of service, please inform my office and the president of the council immediately. That was from the mayor. With regards to Councilor Murphy's questions, yes, Scott and I have been going back and forth on trying to get the contract between the interpreters. I do know that the interpreters that are used for the school department would basically be the same ones used here. They tried to get a contract for us before the deadline, which was Thursday, but I guess there was some type of mistake. So they're going back to fix it and they'll get back to us again on it. So I didn't have it for tonight because they just didn't have it ready yet. But we have gone over it in detail, Scott and I. Councilor Bartley.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. President. Okay, let me just take the hand down. Thank you very much. It's a great order. I was proud to support this right from the get-go. It makes a lot of sense. I really appreciate the maker of the order coming together with it. I was trying to find, if I can, to the chair, to the maker of the order, I'm trying to find the order I filed just to my friend, the chair of the Public Safety Committee. Regarding this, Terry, I'm blanking the order that I filed, for crying out loud, but it's kind of dovetailed with it, and I'll figure it out at some point. This came up on me a little bit quicker in the agenda than I originally anticipated, so that's my fault. But I'm grateful that you put it before us. I think Councilor Murphy deserves a tremendous amount of credit. I think that the order is long overdue. I'm not going to go into the irony of this, but I think those of us that are here in this room, can harken back to comments that were made last fall. They don't need to be repeated by the former resident of Room 1 about the maker of the order. So the irony is very deep, in my opinion, that the maker of this order, despite that rhetoric, pretty vicious rhetoric, if I may add, on publicized on Holyoke media, is the one that came up with this. And I want to just emphasize my gratitude and just how what a great order this is, and I look forward to seeing how this gets expanded in the future. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just on the issue of who the interpreters are, I thought we had an understanding that they will not be city employees or with any connection to appointments. Certainly if they're professional interpreters used by the school department, that's one thing. But if they're employees of the schools, which are run by the state, I think there's political issues there that are mindful that we should be careful of.
Yeah, once again, I don't have the overall contract in the names of who the interpreter are. It was referenced that it could be them. But once that's finalized, I'll get it to everyone before any ruling is made. I'll get it to everyone to see, and then we can confirm on it. Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'm very much in favor of this, and I actually added my name onto this for Councilor Murphy. I think it's long overdue that we have a good majority of our community invited into Holyoke politics, and I'll do anything I can within the next term, in this term, to make sure that this is taken care of, and that the majority of the Latin people in our community will be heard from. So thank you.
Councilor Bartley, is your hand up again? Or?
Yeah, just
okay.
A point of order. Sure. And maybe this is through the chair to Councilor McGivern. I think Joe might be able to help me out with this a little more. We're getting these question marks on this Q&A thing. And, I just want to, I don't know if Joe wants to speak to this, if the chair does, but if we just to the public. So on the Zoom, there's a Q&A button, and I've had two questions, which we've all seen as counselors. I don't believe we can respond to them, because it seems to me like that would be a violation of open meeting law if we're having, I mean, it's like counselors sending text messages or making whatever they're doing during a meeting. I don't necessarily think a counselor should be doing. So, Mr. Chairman, I wish you would kind of either get a legal opinion. I think Joe probably knows the answer, but we should probably get some kind of open dialogue on this Q&A thing, please.
Yeah, no, we were told, and I didn't open the boxes because we were told, Councilor McGivern did bring it up at a prior meeting, I can't remember exactly when, but that we shouldn't be reading the Q&A simply because of open meeting law violations. And that's how we've interpreted it. So I don't open the Q&A simply because I was advised not to.
So Todd, I mean, I don't want to ignore their questions. I just don't want to necessarily answer them. So maybe Jeff could direct the questions to you later on, or to all of us, or whatever. So
if people have questions, you can send it in through the public comment. Send it in through that. That way we receive it. We can read it through public comment time. Or if they want to call in at public comment time, they could do it that way. Or if it is an issue, the question is an issue on one of the orders before us, then when it goes to committee, we'll open it up to public comment then to get answered. Or you can just email us and we can respond back. But I was advised not to open the Q&A during the Zoom meetings. That's kind of how I interpreted it. So with that, we were on communication 8, and I guess that was to receive.
Correct.
Was that what we wanted? So all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 9 is from
Motion to suspend the necessary rules and take up 9, 10, and 11 as a package. They're all reappointments.
Thank you. Second.
9, 10, and 11. So 9 is subject to approval. I hereby reappoint Commissioner to the Planning Board, which would be Mimi Panich of 134 Madison Ave. It served as a 5-year term, which will expire on June 30th, 2024. 10 is reappoint for the Board of Appeals, which is Morris Petrie, 127 St. Colby Drive, which will expire. It's a 2-year term. It will expire July 1, 2023. The other one, I know it says a certain name on the communication, but it really is subject to your approval to reappointment of Jeffrey Trask, 28 Central Park Drive. Trask will serve a 1-year term, which will expire May 2022. It's not Bellamy. It says Bellamy, but it's actually for Jeffrey Trask. Just let everyone know.
Motion to send all 3 to public service.
Given that they're reappointments, I would
well, there was a motion to send in, seconded. Hold on. Councilor McGivern.
Mr. President, the agenda has the end of term dates. Can you tell us what the start of term dates are on these appointments?
It only says on the letter for the first one, 9 is a 5-year term. Said term will expire June 30th, 2024. So it doesn't give a start. I only assume the way they work it, Councilor McGivern, is since these people are already in there and it's coming to the end, it would probably be from now until that end date that they give us, if that makes sense.
I mean, sometimes, well, these are reappointments, so they're not filling a term that might be vacant for whatever reason. The 3 individuals I'm fine with. I mean, they've been doing it. They've been doing a great job. But the legality of it is my question. If a term isn't starting until July 1 of this year, and our mayor has resigned, can he appoint someone for a term that starts after he vacated office?
That's a good question. I don't have that answer. Councilor Leahy.
Yes, thank you. I was actually going to kind of echo the same words that Councilor McGivern. My understanding, and from the little research I did on this, that I think that some of these appointments aren't happening until either June or July. And I too, I know all 3 of these people, and I have absolutely no problem with any of these 3. These people do a lot of hard work for the city, a lot of volunteer work for the city. So I don't have any issue with that. However, as Councilor McGivern said, former Mayor Morris, he resigned, and now he's appointing people. I have no issue, having these go to committee. In fact, until they either get reappointed or a new appointment comes from a different mayor, they continue serving on and doing the hard work that they're doing now. Thank you.
Counselor Sullivan.
I just have a question. I don't see how a 5-year term can expire in 2024.
Yeah, that could be a typo. Good point.
That's it.
The clerk has her hand up. Make a motion to suspend the rules to allow.
Make a motion. Have the
All
clerk
those in
talk.
favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
I just wanted to point out, I was able to just pull up our spreadsheet for appointments, and number 9 doesn't expire till June 20th, and number 10, July 20th. And Jeff Trask looks like May 21, according to our
Could
record.
you say that again, please? Yeah,
Sure.
that's great. Good. No, which one? No, number 9 is. Let's
Number
do
9
first.
expires June 20th.
Thank you.
Number 10, July 20th. And according to our records, we have May 21 for the expiration for number 11.
Wow.
Like May 11th to 2021.
Interesting.
So with that, there was a motion to go to committee and now to request a legal opinion on that. Is there anyone further? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That'd be public service.
Yes, public service it is.
Motion to take 12 off the table?
Second.
Let me get to it. 12, appointment of, 12 was Jeffrey Trask. Oh, no, wait, that was 11. 12. Where's 12?
Also, Councilor President, as you're looking at that too, my agenda doesn't say what appointment it's for. It just says the name.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't have 12 in front of me. It just says, and I do
Todd, I can
apologize.
answer that too.
Okay,
So it appeared that Bellamy's was, I'm not really sure remember why we put it on the agenda again, but it was already received by you guys as a late file at the last meeting. And I think it was sent to committee, but now I'm wondering if it was sent to the next agenda. But I think Jeffrey, if I'm not mistaken, might have it in his office.
Make a motion to send it to public service.
Second.
10, 12, public service. Wait, Counselor Bartley, go ahead.
Well, with all due respect, I think we should, I'm going to make a motion in a second to table it because I don't know what this is. So I'd rather have it tabled for the next agenda so I can at least know.
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
Thank you,
It's
Jimmy.
for the retirement board. And like I said, I have to look back at the notes, but I'm pretty sure it was a late file on the last agenda, and it was supposed to be transferred to the last agenda as a late file, but it got transferred onto this agenda instead, if that makes sense. Like instead of us transferring it over, it went onto this agenda instead of as a late file to the last one. But I'm pretty sure you guys sent it directly to committee at the last meeting. And it was for a reappointment to the retirement board.
Mr. President, if I may speak.
Jeffrey.
So moved.
I'm looking at the status updates from the last meeting. It was late file C at the last meeting, and it was for the retirement board.
And
what do we do?
It was already sent to committee, so this is.
It was sent to public service.
All right, so it was sent to public service already. This is a duplicate, I guess we'll call it.
Okay, motion to withdraw the duplicate.
Motion to give leave to withdraw on 12. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Just a point of order, Mr. President.
Yes.
May I request through the chair to Jeff that I'm sure, I don't know if everybody, I don't have the letter. Could I just get the letter sent to me, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. 13 we already did. 14
Make a motion to take
is
14 off the table.
Second. Take off the all in favor, all opposed.
Aye.
This is the
And we received
Minutes
it. We all got a
of
copy.
March 2nd and March 16th and the special meeting for the 30th. Everyone's had a chance to review the minutes.
Make a motion to receive.
Motion is to receive.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 14 is, that's done. 15 is the spreadsheet communication development block grant.
Make a motion to receive.
DGR.
Receive and refer to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 16 is from the Superintendent of Public Works regarding the American Rescue Plan.
Make a motion to receive and send to DGNR.
Second.
This is the 30 million. This would be finance.
We prefer the finance, please.
Yeah,
Okay,
this would be
finance.
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 So 16 to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Did 17. Make a motion to take 18 off the table and receive.
Second.
18 is the Fire Commission minutes of the meeting. Motion is to receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
The same course of action for number 19 as well.
Second.
Second.
19 is the Wyden Street Reservoir Committee. It's their minutes of the March 16th, 2021. Motion is receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 20 is community outreach public notice for 306 Race Street.
Make a motion to receive and set up a public meeting.
Second.
No, this goes to ordinance, doesn't it? These go to ordinance.
Ordinance. Okay.
All right. So to ordinance, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 21 is a waterworks committee water rates. This is the information from the Board of Water Commissioners.
Make a motion to receive the finance
rates.
and copy to all the
Send-
council.
Send to finance, and I think everyone should already have a copy. If not, please let us know. Put that up to finance. 22 is from Ty and Bond,
DGR,
Whiting
please.
Street Reservoir.
Yeah, make a
What
motion
was that?
to
Ordinance?
please.
receive.
DGNR. So DGNR for
Yes, please.
22. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 23 is a letter notifying filing request for comment, Mass Municipal Wholesale Electric Company, DPU 2129.
Make a motion to receive, maybe public service or DGNR. Dave,
So-
any thoughts?
So enclosed is a notice request issued by the Mass Department of Public Utilities.
Oh.
Request that we send a notice to you. The notice states that a virtual public hearing following immediately by virtual evidence hearing will be conducted on April 26, 2021 at 10 a.m. The Zoom link is below.
Just make a motion to receive then and copy to all the councilors.
Motion is receive and sent to all councilors. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
And really, it's a municipal wholesale electric files a petition with the Department of Public Utilities requesting approval to issue revenue bonds, notice of other evidence of deadness, and the amount not to exceed 170 million. So motion is received, refer to everyone.
Yes.
All those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
24
Make a motion to
is the
receive.
final
and-
investigation for UMass Amber's. Motion is
Receive.
To
receive. All those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed? 25 is the Citizens of Holyoke email regarding 11 Yale Street.
Make a motion to receive and send to, I guess, the acting mayor, you, Todd?
Yep, so this, I think, is also probably going to public service because we have a few orders that were filed
Okay.
for tonight.
Fair enough.
So 25 is
Mr. President?
received. Yep, go
Mr.
ahead.
Mr.
President,
President,
on
Who's up?
20, Linda,
Mr.
Oh,
President,
sorry,
sorry here.
Counselor Bacon first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you send 24 to Charter and Rules, please?
Yeah.
Second.
All right, so let's reconsider 24 instead of receive and refer to charter and rules.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Back to 25,
Thank
which is the Yale Street in the email to us. Send that to public service.
Mr. President,
Yeah,
Mr.
Counselor
President.
Rainey. Yep.
just a quick comment on that. Did I read that right, that there's supposed to be 48 occupants there?
So it says that it was approved for 48 occupant medical facility. I do believe there was a communication from Counselor Sullivan kind of explaining that it was more for 16. I believe, Counselor Sullivan, I'm correct, but I think
It also establishes that it was a medical facility, right?
It's
yeah. So hold on,
Thank you.
Counselor Sullivan, go ahead.
Yeah, so when the fire department goes through the place, this is the same. City Hall has an occupancy limit of whatever 275 or 300. It doesn't mean it's still a 16-bed facility. This means by fire code, it's allowed by the square footage, number of bedrooms times 3. That's how many are allowed. That's not how many are going to be in there. So just to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, so, and I think there are 2 other orders with regards to this, and we can have that taken up in public service. So send this to public service.
So move.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 20 petitions.
Yes.
So 26
Motion C.
is a speed hump. So this would be
Ordinance.
sent to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And that's for Argyle Ave. 27 is the Green Valley LLC for 306 Ray Street. So that would be ordinance.
Ordinance.
28 is a secondhand license for 50 Hoyoke Street, which would be mall.
Finance.
Send that
Items.
to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
29
29,
to
30,
33.
31, 32. So 29 to 33,
As
take
a
up as a
package?
package.
Second.
All those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
So this is 29 is a renewal for secondhand license at 311 High Street. 30 is a renewal for secondhand license at 2225 Northampton Street. 31 is a renewal for 19 pool tables, 1 billiard table at 151 Chestnut Street. And let's see, renewal for a junk dealer license is number 32 at 107 Appleton Street. And 33 is a renewal for dealer's license 1 to 3 Day Landing. So I'm just checking for the taxes.
Todd,
Yep.
Councilor President, if I could, I've
Go
been
ahead.
playing pool not very well since the days of college. What's the difference between billiard and pool? I guess maybe the size of the table. I don't know.
Pockets and no pockets.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think the other one has like things in the middle for.
Aren't they bigger?
Another name for
Listen,
pool is
we're
pocket billiards.
supposed to be limiting discussion.
I know you want an efficient meeting.
I think
I'll ask
Councilor
questions.
Leahy, you and I will go down and we'll investigate.
There
and
you go.
Play a few rounds of
Sounds good.
practice. There we go.
Sounds good.
I got
Pool
$5
is
on
pocket
it.
billiards.
I'll play the winner.
So everything, the taxes on everyone here is current. I know we always ask that. Just want to double check, make sure I don't miss one. Current. So motion is to
Approve the
20
license.
29 through 32 and to grant the renewals.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, to 33, sorry, to 33. I apologize. Thank you, Councilor Bacon. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So those are done. President's report. A few things. We got an update from the state. The home rule petition that we filed as amended passed the House and the Senate and is on the governor's desk as we speak. That doesn't mean it was signed yet. So I've been begging for an update on the signing, but that has not occurred yet as to when that will be. It could be tomorrow. It could be Friday. I'm not sure exactly when the governor comes in to sign stuff. Once that occurs, we know we have the 10 days. Once that does occur, we're reaching out to everyone to file for a special meeting, that 48-hour requirement for open meeting laws, and we'll go from there. But that's where we stand right now. Everything's been approved and rushed through the House and the Senate and is on the desk. We're just waiting for final approval on the governor's side. We did mention with regards to Scott, the interpretation. The contract we did try and get before the deadline, but unfortunately there were some mistakes that Scott said he saw in it, so he sent it back and he'll get us something for the next meeting, but they have been working on it. And as Joe pointed out, no money will come from the taxpayers. It all comes from their account on their side. The Chamber of Commerce reached out to us. I think the email was sent by Jeffrey that I sent over to him to be a member of their government committee. Councilor Leahy has volunteered. If anyone else wants to, thank you, Councilor Leahy. They have room for one more if you would like to do that. I think it was like 8 in the morning. I forget the day, but it was in your email if you would like to volunteer for that. Online with us tonight is Jenna. You'll see the name Jenna there. That is our attorney in the legal department. Why do I say in that fashion? She'll be our new assigned attorney for the city council. As we all know, Crystal is leaving at the end of the month. So in a, less than a month, she is moving on to a new job. So thank you, Crystal, for everything that you did. We truly appreciate it. But Jenna is the new attorney that will be assigned to the city council. If there are any issues, seeing how she's new to the process, she's the first time tonight, let's give her a little leeway in order to help her out through the process and get used to us. Crystal's been with us for 4 years. She is used to us. This is a new experience to Jenna. Also, with regards to the legal department, let me be as clear as possible. With Crystal's departing, no offense to Jenna, we have no legal department. We have one attorney. And what I mean by no legal department is I was under the assumption, being stuck in COVID, I thought there was Crystal and Jenna and a paralegal and a city admin to help out. There is Jenna, period. End of story. There is no legal department. We are now forcing her to do, not forcing her, but I don't want to be wrong with the way I say stuff, but she's now doing city council. She's now doing tort cases. She's going to be the everything. That's not fair. So I am in conversations with someone who may be able to come in to fill the gap for a little bit. I was trying to get confirmation today, but I just couldn't make it work. Hopefully I'll have something tomorrow or Thursday to try and plug this big issue. You have outstanding tort claims that have to be addressed. They have time filings. You have to be on these things. You have outside counsels that are sending in bills to us. The bills have to be watched to make sure they're doing the billables right. There is a lot of work that is now potentially going to be missed. Crystal and Jenna are doing the best they can under the circumstances. Why do I bring it up as a big issue? I sat with them for almost 2 hours and I asked one big question. Can you please send us, I know we don't have a personnel director. We don't have an HR director anymore. That's another thing we got to fix. But can you send me all the resumes for all the attorneys that have applied to fill these positions? And the scary answer was we have none. We have no resumes to fill the positions, and we have less than a month to fill the gap. So once again, I'll have updates hopefully tomorrow or Thursday by the very latest as to what we can do to fill that temporary issue. And from there, have a plan going forward. I'm not trying to cause problems or be mean in any way, shape, or form, but having been down at City Hall now for a week and a half, morale is down, lack of direction, lack of communication, lack of leadership. These are all the things that I'm hearing. One department head said I was looking to leave. Would have been another department head leaving. Someone we all know and really respect. And the response was, the workforce environment here is traumatizing. That was the actual word used. So we have a lot of work to catch up on in order to get City Hall up and running. Another update for you, and I don't want to be too long because the agenda's long. I will be having a meeting with Sean and Rory to try and figure out how to, as I told you earlier, potentially open up City Hall towards May time. Not fully, but whether we're doing like South Hadley offering, office, call in, set up an appointment or something, we'll have more information because Sean is on vacation currently. So there's a lot going on. We're trying to catch up on it, But as it develops, I will get you out those communications. I will get you out that information. But I really need you to hear, because I was under the wrong impression about legal. We really don't have anyone left. And that's not fair to Jenna, and we have to really start pushing to get this done. Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. Four different items, and I certainly will take my time with these 4 items. The first one is people that are calling in to us, emailing, Facebooking, regarding potholes and that sort of thing in city streets. I tell them to utilize the cclickfix.com/Holyoke. It turns out on the Department of Public Works Facebook page and website, there's a hotline that's indicated to call. But from my understanding, that's not in use, and it's off the hook, and it's just not being used. Second thing is to make sure that you use the cclickfix.com. And Todd, I want to talk to you offline about that and see where that goes, because I've also had messages that people have not had their issues looked at, one in the span over 1,000 days, and each month they get notified that their issue is still pending. The second thing is street sweeping. It was working well for a short period of time, about a month ago. However, that has seemed to stall. I sent an email to Councilor President Todd and also Mr. McManus as well. I'm just wondering what the issue of that is. That's obviously a very important issue to all of us. The third thing, we're going to have a public service meeting Wednesday, April 28th, and that should be a good meeting. And lastly, do you have the name of Jenna, last name?
I had it written down. I don't have it. She's online. We can suspend the rules to allow her to choose.
I mean, if she wants to, that's fine.
Yeah.
However, I can look that up. And the last thing I just want to say is big props out to Crystal. Crystal did a fantastic job. I'm going to certainly say what I want to say about her because I think she did a fantastic job for all of us. In my 22 years of city council, public work, she's been, one of the best. We've had a lot of great ones. So thank you, and I look forward to running into you down the road. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Just quickly, I want to just let the council know that I attended the Board of Health meeting on April 1st. Sean mentioned that 600 to 800 school department personnel have already been vaccinated, so that's a great thing. And that the senior center is going to be offering the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. I don't know if they've started yet or in the very near future. So Sean's been really great. He's on top of things. So the Board of Health is doing a good job for us. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to let people know, you will get random or not random emails. You always get an update from Sean or someone from his office. This one was for please see the attached flyer, and I'm trying to get it up on social media through the mayor's office, that the COVID-19 vaccine clinic in Holyoke today and Wednesday, so tomorrow, anticipate announcements that you can sign up for. Reach out to BHN. Jessica Trapp is the person for that, but there was a flyer that we should all have received on the clinics for that as well. So there's multiple ways to sign up. We just have to keep letting people know, and the senior center is one of the best ways of helping out people.
If I can.
Yeah, Councilor Murphy.
I think the senior center, their first vaccination, I think, is tomorrow. And I think I remember hearing from Sean that there were 400 doses for tomorrow, and it is just for Holyoke residents. So, and they can call the senior center, or obviously they can go online, but I believe it's scheduled to be every Wednesday.
Yeah, it was today. That notice was just for that one on today and Wednesday, but yeah, Wednesday. Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Yeah, it's 400 currently, and I probably shouldn't be saying this, but we're expecting more. I got news, so we're expecting more.
That's good. All right, with that, we'll move on to reports of committees, ordinance, committee on, Joint Committee of Schools from who's referred, so I'm not sure why this was here, 34A.
34A and B are both joint committee. I don't know if it's because we don't have it set up in the Lotus system to give it its own header, but I'm happy to have the joint committee go first.
Yeah, it's 40 shows the joint committee. So we'll let them go first. We'll let them go first for once. Joint Committee 34A. Who was referred in order that the city council invite in the school committee receiver to discuss top 100 salaries, recommended that's been complied with. Councilor Murphy?
I've been asked by Councilor LeBron Martinez to give the report. Two things. Number one, it has been complied with, and I believe one of the requests was that the cabinet positions that we get a chart of the cabinet positions, and I am hoping that every councilor got a listing of the cabinet positions plus the personnel chart that they're supervising. Hopefully that came through. I know they were supposed to send it out last week. So hopefully everybody got that. It kind of breaks it down. There are, with the receiver plus the cabinet positions, that's 7 very high paid positions. I will say, I do have one concern, and I know the state controls it and we don't have any say, but I mean, there were raises there in 1 year from 5% to like 15 or 16%. I mean, I would hope, that at least on a year-to-year basis, the pay increases become more rational and more reasonable. But again, I've worked with several over the last couple of months, and I will say that they are working what looks to me like very diligently and cooperatively to try to get our school system where we can get back to taking it over, and that's my hope. But we did meet. We did go over some of the salaries, but I know Councilor Greeny had a request to get the cabinet level positions and what their responsibilities were, and hopefully that has been submitted, and so the committee report is that it's been complied with.
Right.
Mr. President.
Councilor Greeny.
Yeah, just quickly, I'd like that if Jeffrey could send me hard copy of those cabinet positions, and I'll reserve the right to comment on them until I get a good read on them. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're all right. With regards to this one, order that's been complied with, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed. Next is from the joint committee as well. Order that the receiver appear before the joint committee to discuss concerns about students potentially falling behind grade level and being to address once the students are fully back in the classroom. Is there a potential, especially early grade levels, that students might need to stay within their current grade or receive additional instruction in order to catch up on grade level? What impacts might this have on the classroom size, the need for teaching, and funding? Recommend it's been complied with. Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, again, we met, and this is an order I filed, and I had actually talked to Dr. Drake back in March when we first started not going to school, assuming it was going to be 3 months and not 15 months. So there's some serious concerns. They have indicated that they are working on plans to try to make sure that students get the support that they need to catch up both academically and emotionally. And there are some serious concerns in terms of emotional issues with students who have not been there. And now, so we're looking at potentially hiring more counselors. Discussions included trying to develop an enrichment program for summer, which can attract students to attend. And we talked about, you can't just have a program and make it all academic and assume that every student that's behind is going to come. So we also are trying to work in, and we were talking about working with some high school students to try to set an example of kids that are doing well in school, but also maybe there's a musician that can do something, or maybe there's an athlete that can do things, and try to work and attract kids to come into the program so they're getting the academic, but they're also just having fun and learning some new activities. So that was one thing. Also, we talked about smaller student teacher ratios, that we can't doing the same thing and have a teacher who's got half of the class being behind, being able to have the dedicated time. So student teacher ratios were part of it. More specialized one-on-one tutoring and more counseling in the schools beginning in September. One of the things that, and I did in my order, what is the situation in terms of whether or not we have to keep students back? And they said they don't want to keep any students back. But I will say that I think the one thing we got to make sure, if we're not keeping students back, then we better make sure we get them caught up, because eventually there's going to be frustration if they're so far behind. We've got to make sure that we don't put students. I'd rather have a student spend a few months back and catch up so that when they're moving to that next level, they're feeling comfortable with their classmates and they're not feeling like, man, I don't understand what's going on, and I'm feeling like I'm left off. So, I mean, we need to spend the money. I mean, I know we're getting money in terms of a lot of these things to help us do these things. We need to do them intelligently. We need to do them and really target kids, give them a chance, and make sure that we catch up as quickly as possible, so that, and especially in the early grades, you got to make sure those kids aren't, they all say third and fourth grade. You got to have everybody up to snuff by third or fourth grade, or you got problems. And so we've got to make sure we take care of that. I was happy with the meeting. Happy with a lot of the things I heard, and I still will challenge the cabinet and other administrators in the schools to figure out a way to make sure that we don't let any student fall behind, and work with families and teachers to get that done. So thank you.
Counselor, hold on, Counselor Lisi, then Counselor Graney, and then Counselor Hernandez.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick note about the some of what the curriculum development director noted in the meeting, is that we're really working hard to train teachers to do multi-tiered instruction, so that way you can tailor the instruction to the students that are on level, that are slightly ahead of level, and also perhaps those that may be lagging behind, so that you're always teaching to level, but you're finding a way to make the content appropriate for them. And I think that's a really good sort of intervention to be working on as a district, so that we are keeping the full spectrum of students that we may have in a particular classroom engaged and moving forward. So I was really glad to see that there's going to be a significant amount of investment in helping teachers use the data that they're collecting for their classroom and make those targeted sort of interventions with multi-tiered instruction. Thank you.
Counselor Graney.
Yeah, Mr. President, just to quickly comment, the data is very clear that in the last 5 years since the state takeover, the test scores of the students in Holyoke Public Schools have declined steadily in all categories over the last 5 years. Just as an aside, there's plenty of blame to go around. The blame game is going on, from what I understand, in the school system, and there are several things that are questionable that's being taught to our children. And I intend to look into it. And I have a lot of residents in Holyoke. We have children in the schools who have contacted me to look into this. Thank you.
Counselor Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to stress the fact that I'm glad to see that there's going to be additional support for the students, especially emotionally. There's a lot of students that are reaching their breaking point from being almost a whole year, working remotely, and now with the stress of some students knowing that schools are reopening, or in other districts there's hybrid models. And I can say for myself, I have a middle child school. She's 14 years old, and we're having some difficulty, emotionally, because although she's very isolated and has been studying for a whole year from home, we have made the decision that I'm keeping her remotely because of fear of any type, with the new strains that are coming out. However, she has also shown a lot of distress from being this whole year without having that peer interaction, without seeing her teachers in person. She's, showing signs of, distress, and it's just not healthy. So I'm looking forward for things to improve in our community, for children to be able to return safely to school. But that extra support that's going to be geared, like Councilor Murphy said, we have to reimagine, and we have to have innovative ideas to attract these children to want to participate. And the emotional support is very big. Thank you so much.
Anyone further? Seeing none, motion that this one has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? We did 34C, on to 34D, which then this is back to ordinance.
34D, E, and F as a package.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second.
My motion is take up 34D, E, and F as a package for discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
So D is the Committee on Ordinances referred in order that Schedule B, compensation for elected officers, chapter 2 of Code of Ordinances be amended as follows, effective January 1. It says 2019. Is that a typo?
No, these are just the original orders. It doesn't
okay.
have the amended language on it.
Okay, just making sure. All right, Mayor 125, Clerk 90, Treasurer 85, City Council 12,500, President 1,000 additional. Recommended that be adopted, it says. 34E, Committee on Ordinance was referred, Section 2-35 of the Code of Ordinances entitled Classification of Compensation Plan be amended to incorporate new classifications, compensation plans, elected official salary ordinances as a result of the HRS salary study, and that the current DH, PR, and miscellaneous salary schedules also be amended as previously adopted by section be repealed. Have considered same, recommended that be adopted. 34F, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the City of Holyoke take up and approve the salary study complete in 2014 and include the salary revisions, so salary of mayor, city council, school committee members. Recommend that be adopted. With that under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Motion that the committee report be received, adopted, and pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading under discussion.
Yes, thank you. So here are the salary study orders that we've been working on since November of last year. If you would recall, in November, we had all the department heads in across the city to talk about what's going on in their departments. And what we learned was, now remember that this hiring and compensation plan doesn't affect department heads directly. In most cases, it's really the workers in City Hall that are being addressed here. And what we heard through department head discussions is that departments are having a hard time delivering services to our residents. We're seeing that in terms of the way that, City Hall is just having a hard time managing trash, for example. We were down workers. We have a depleted legal department because we haven't been able to hire people into those vacancies. City Hall is being hollowed out because we don't have a competitive compensation plan to attract and retain talent. And we heard, again, through department head discussions that this is affecting their ability to make progress on the programs, on the projects that they take forward, and even managing the grants that they are able to bring in, because when we have people come in, it's not long before they leave. And so in many ways, the City of Holyoke is losing time, money, and resources, not only because of the turnover, but because of the amount that we're investing in these individuals who then leave after a short period of time to go on to other municipalities or even the state, doing the same job for higher pay. So this was an issue even back in 2014 when we hired an independent agency, HRS, to do an assessment of all of our positions in City Hall. They did both a qualitative interviews with department heads and the workers in each of the departments to understand what does your workload look like. And then they compared those job descriptions and workloads across 17 other communities in the Commonwealth. And those 17 other communities are similar to Holyoke, either by size or demographics. They created a salary and compensation plan out of the interviews and then also the comparative analysis. We passed this out of committee in 2015. It left favorably from Ordinance Committee. But when it reached the full City Council, there were several councilors who wanted additional budgetary controls. They felt that the new ranges were too high and wanted to have some sort of security. And so it was sent back to committee where it languished for 7 years. And I'll say, I think we're literally feeling the effects of not being able to hire and attract talent with competitive wages over these past 7 years. We're feeling it now in the way that the City Hall is being like gutted out. We don't have workers to work with and deliver the services that our residents expect. So the ordinance before you is section 2-35, the hiring compensation plan. I worked in a working group with the HR director, with Crystal, and also outside legal counsel to figure out how to create those budgetary controls that were desired by the former discussions of the City Council. And we built into section B1 language that says new hires can only be placed between the min and the mid range for the grade. And then it goes on to say in section 2 that current employees get to be placed anywhere from the min to the max. Once you hit the max, you can't make more than the max. However, you will be compensated for cost of living adjustments, any longevity that you may have earned, and any sort of stipends related to residency or educational incentives that have been offered. So even though we go to the cap, there are still ways to adjust the salary without adjusting the base of the salary. And those were the additional budgetary controls that councilors were requesting. When you look at Schedule A, those are our non-union employees. That's where a lot of our library workers have been. And again, the 7-year lag in updating the salaries caused many library employees to be paid below minimum wage. Now, the city municipalities have a loophole that they get to exercise that makes it legal to pay people below minimum wage, but I don't think that's the sort of ethics that we want to espouse as a city. And so if you look to Schedule A, there are 22 positions that would need to be that we need to receive salary increases to come up to the floor of the new ranges. So they're currently below, and 22 positions when we pass these new salary ranges in Schedule A will need to be adjusted for fiscal year 22 to be brought up to the floor of the new ranges, and the dollar amount associated with bringing those 22 positions up is $99,000. And I'll just note that we recently published the top 100 earners for the city of Holyoke, and we saw that there are many people in the city, in the police department in particular, that are enjoying salaries well above $100,000. So with $100,000, we get to impact the positions, 22 positions of workers in the city, and bring them up to a competitive salary. When you look at the electeds, we use the same 17 communities that were used in the original HRS study to get updates on what electeds are being paid across the board there. So the new proposals that were amended was $100,000 for the mayor, $85,000 for the treasurer, and $85,000 for the clerk. The city council would remain the same and at $10,000, and the city council president would enjoy another $1,000 for the added responsibilities. That's a total of a $35,000 increase. And again, it's data-based. It's exactly the mean of where those other communities are paying. And if you look at the 5 closest communities to us, so that would be Northampton, Agawam, Springfield, West Springfield, and Chicopee, the average actually goes up. So the average of what those communities are paying is actually exceeds what we're looking at here as the median or the mean of the full group of 17. And then finally in Schedule C, it's the miscellaneous and contract employees. We made only a few changes here to ensure that we were making the $15 minimum wage available to those that were still being paid below the $15 minimum wage. And the fire chief came in and specifically requested that the clerk in his department be compensated what the clerks in other departments are being compensated at $900, up from $675. So that's the overview of it all, and I am happy to answer questions to anyone that might have them.
Any questions or comments regarding these three? Counselor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer a minority report relative to the salary study for the consideration of the council. I know most of the council members received the language that was updated at the last ordinance committee meeting today through Jeffrey and the clerk's office. I hope some of them have reviewed it carefully. I want to address 3 or 4 different areas relative to the salary study. So tonight we're hearing that a study that was going to cost $200,000, that we had built in protections to the cost of the city by stepping it in a 2-step process, has changed from $200,000 to $100,000 because certain positions are vacant. However, that does not change the cost of moving the scale in the way that it is before you. The cost remains the $200,000. The language that had been put in there to protect the taxpayers and the city from this huge cost increase at the beginning of a fiscal year was removed at the last ordinance committee meeting, with me being the only one objecting. Just because the people are not currently in the positions does not mean the cost will hit the city. When the new people are hired, they're going to be hired in on the new scale. The effect of the cost will be the same, because it would be the same instance if they were here and they were bumped, or if they're hired in on the new higher scale. So that we just need to be clear about what it is costing the city in terms of making the changes. Now, there's no one in the committee that argues against the lower end wages and the entry wages on many of the positions going up. Unfortunately, by applying a COLA every single year of the intervening years of the initial study to this study, we have once again resulted in ranges for positions that have a minimum and a maximum of $25,000 to $30,000 for one job, from the minimum to the maximum. That was why the council sent it back to committee back in the day. I personally met with the mayor and our council president to try to get him to come back to us with modified ranges, and the mayor refused to do that. So we still sit with this particular cost problem before us. The other issue that we need to consider is, and yes, every city employee that we have is a valuable employee. Whether you take the position relative to the salary study and think it should happen in July or not, the city employees, other than those who have chosen to depart, enjoyed 0 unemployment. However, the people that we are asking to pay for this are in a 6 to 8% unemployment situation. And we have small businesses in the city that are just groaning under the burden of trying to keep their businesses going. And we don't even have an open city hall for our citizens. And I think the timing and the tone deafness of this in a city that is struggling like ours is something to really consider. It's terribly problematic. We are not in a booming economic time. Some of our comparable cities around us that have been making these changes have a very different fiscal picture than we do. You know, and I really think none of this should even be considered until our city hall is open for business and our city services and our schools are open for the students. I mean, we need to get things going for our people before we're looking to them to pay more for less. I'm sorry, that's just the way I see it. And that's the way people are talking to me about some of these issues. You know, I can understand it, why people who are running for offices want to have a higher pay, but I would note that the people who are running for the offices before the pay came back up on the table. And I guess in closing, I would just say, I have been a member of the committee working diligently to help the lower paid people. I continue to do that. We obviously work with a majority will of a city council, and I have always abided by that majority will. But this is a big deal. And I just feel like we really need to pay attention to the people that are paying the bills of the city, as well as valuing the people that are working for the city. We have to find a way of making this more of a win-win than it is right now. Thank you.
Counselor Sullivan. Sullivan. You're on, Counselor Sullivan, you're on mute.
Okay, so the first would be a question for Councilor Lisi through the chair, please. Would be on 34D. We're still recommending the order be adopted, but it shows 125,000 salary for the mayor. But in the presentation you just gave, I heard 100,000. How does that work? That we have two different numbers out there?
Thank you. Through the chair. This is just the order that was filed. I believe it was McGivern or Leahy that filed this order back in 2018. It's just the original language, the same way our original language shows up on every other order. And what we amended in committee is in the ordinance that was shared, and it's the Schedule B in the actual final language of the legal form. So that reads, it's $100,000 for the mayor, 85 for the clerk, 85 for the treasurer, 10 for the city council, and 1,000 additional for the president.
Okay. My second is just a comment to follow up on some of Councilor Vacan's comments as well, and some of the things I heard earlier. As far as City Hall being hollowed out, I couldn't agree more. We've got serious problems in the salary ranges, especially in the legal department. The librarians, there's no question about, I don't think in anybody's mind. And I think it's trouble that they've been dragged along for such a long period of time, tied to other packages and other issues, and the same through the DPW. But as stated earlier by our council president, we've got serious, not everybody's left strictly because of financial situation. Money doesn't solve all of our problems, right? As the council president mentioned earlier, we have morale issues, right? Our treasurer did not leave because of salary reasons. She left because of a toxic environment, right? And these are the issues that need to be addressed, and just throwing money at some of these problems is not going to address them. That's it.
Counselor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to mention that although I agree that a city hall is not open for in-person visits and from our community, they continue to deliver services to our citizens of this community. They're doing a really good job at it. I mean, at least the interactions that I've had with many of my constituents that have dealings with the clerk's office and other departments have said how even with this COVID-19 and the city hall being closed to in-person visit, they have been well attended to. Departments working diligently to serve and to show up and be there. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that this is not about people running for office that want a better pay. This is about longtime employees of this city throughout the board being underpaid. And I know that money doesn't solve everything, but it sure does retain talent. And we really have to do a better job at retaining and at attracting good employees that are going to have longevity to give services. Because guess what? If we don't have employees to work for this city, how do you think that we're going to serve our community how they deserve to? Thank you.
Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I mean, first of all, this was a long process and not a perfect process by any means. And I want to say one thing I'm very happy about is that we eliminated, or we took out, the original grade 1 and replaced it so that we made grade 1 at least be paid above minimum wage, which I think is important. As I understand it in the Schedule A, and let me also make a couple of points, and maybe I'm wrong, but I just got the full ordinance today, and I think number one, Schedule A cannot be effective upon adoption of the revised ordinance. If I'm not mistaken, we said it would be effective July 1st. So that would have to be amended in this. Schedule B, if that were adopted, says also upon adoption, and that would have to be amended so that that effective date would be January 1, 2021 or 22. I think Schedule C also, we were talking July 1. So those kind of things would need to be in court. But I will say two things I try to do because I'm very much more sympathetic to those that are under the real bottom of the pay scale. I guess that's just my old man looking at trying to take care of the people down at the bottom. And I tried to see if we could provide a little more at the top, at the bottom, for those bottom people, giving a little higher percentage and maybe take a little bit from the top. That was, Attorney Lapierre, I think, or Depierre, indicated that that would be difficult to do, but you know, the average pay scale was 12.6, and I just thought maybe if we gave the lower paid people a little bit more, and maybe 13 or 14%, and we made the other ones 8 or 9, 10%, their pays would be a little higher, and the other people would still get a pay raise, but not to the extent. I'm going to vote for this, for the Schedule A. I'm going to vote for Schedule A. Because I think we need, and Schedule A with the amendment that it's July 1, 2021. Because I do think those lower paid people, and I think of the 99,000, it was something like 70 some odd thousand were people from the library. And I also, let me also make a point. While I'm saying that, I also think it's important that we don't just assume that we have to have the same number of employees all the time. And in some cases, we need to consider, are there areas that we can consolidate services so that we can financially afford to pay people more, and in some ways challenge them to do more or accept more responsibility, but also be able to give them more pay without jeopardizing the city's budget. So that's one thing. So let me stop there. So Schedule A, I will go along with Schedule A as long as we amend that and we make sure that it's amended with an effective date of July 1, 2021. I'll stop for there, but I'll probably talk later. Thank you. Although I don't want Councilor Leahy to think I'm talking too much, so I'm going to be quiet.
Well, first Councilor Lisi, then Councilor McGivern.
I'm speaking for a second time, so I'll let the others speak first.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few thoughts and a few comments. One, I want to take a moment to thank the employees of the city of Holyoke for working through the pandemic. It's incredible what our employees have done. The employees in City Hall, I know the positive COVID test for employees is in the double-digit figure for going to work on a daily basis and being able to provide the services that City Hall provides. This includes the annex and, you know, putting themselves in their own safety in the middle of a pandemic, in danger by going to work with fellow workers, to me is very commendable. All of our employees across the board, whether it's our teachers, our police and firefighters, our, DPW workers are, in my estimate, our heroes. And I think when we get a contract for a police officer, superior officers, firefighters, officers of the fire department, DPW workers, we don't blink an eye when we pass reasonable salary increases for any of these employees. The morale in City Hall is down because we're fighting over long overdue reasonable salary increases for a very small group of people that are dedicated and perform their jobs and go to work on a daily basis. Services that all of the people of Holyoke need and want and respect those who provide those services. So my hat goes off to the people who worked through the pandemic, whether they're city employees or state employees or in the private sector. The closing of doors and the limiting of public's access to any, whether it's private or public, service provider, was for safety reasons, for no other reasons. And the fact that they could still pull off their jobs under those conditions is something that I think we should recognize, and we should make sure they feel good about that. I speak in favor of these salary increases. Councilor Murphy made some great points on Schedule A. We hammered them out. These are, most of this is language change within an ordinance. The ones that have the immediate impact are the library employees. Some who were being paid minimum wage or less. Shame on us for even allowing that to happen. And I think it's time that we recognize that and we adopt this schedule. Other parts of the schedule are language changes and increases in the language that allow for salary increases subject to future appropriations, whether it be the next year's budget or down the road transfers when a mayor or appointing authority comes in to look for an increase. There's still another vote by this council before these raises can be given out. And that makes a lot of sense. I speak in favor of B for the full-time positions, the elected officials who it's their career. They're not just running for office, whether it's the city treasurer, whether it's the clerk, whether, these are people, the mayor, these are people who have a career job once they're elected. And if we make it political, then they'll never get a salary increase. And a couple of these positions have seen nothing for over 10 years. And salary C, I think speaks for itself. It makes a lot of sense just to upgrade some of those numbers. This is long overdue. The immediate cost is minimal. Councilor Bacon makes a good point, that when these positions are filled, it is more than the $99,000, but come July 1, we'll have a new budget and we should be able to figure out how to do some of this. But we should be able to figure out how to do it because these are real people doing real jobs. And every one of us here that works for a living fights for our cost of living increases. And I think we should be standing up for the employees of the city of Holyoke, not sitting down on them.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been going on for years, I believe, this study, and I really want to commend the ordinance committee for taking this up. Several of the nights I've watched the meetings, I've watched the law department and the city, all the city officials, the counselors, my colleagues putting this together, going through different amendments. And I think it's time to take care of our employees. I know it's difficult times with city budgets, but it's something that we have been looking at for years. The employees, especially in the library employees that have not been taken care of and working, below minimum wage. And during this year of COVID, I think they've all stepped up. Not just people in City Hall, but throughout the city, the workers during this difficult time in this past year. I really want to thank the ordinance committee for putting this work together. I believe a lot of faith in the workers, and I know money doesn't always solve all the problems. I think we have to look at our employees and take better care of our employees and the respect that we show our employees. But I'm in favor of each of these salary studies, and I think it's something that's long overdue, and it should be something that we have to take care of the workers that that really support the city and support the city services. Thank you.
Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. So I just wanted to note that, yes, the cost of bringing those that are not meeting the floor of the new ranges up to that minimum level is $99,000 this year. But the stepped in change that we were considering was only going to give those, it was always going to give only those that were outside of the range 70% of what they would have needed to meet the range, and then 30% in the second year. So it's not that we were going to we would have paid nearly $100,000 in this first year anyhow. The stepped in change was to make up 70% of the difference in year one and 30% of the difference in year two. It wasn't going to be the total cost, although it works out to be, you know, the same way because of the salaries that are attached to those 22 positions that are presently under the new ranges. So I think there's a little bit of a misconception as to how the step would have worked in the previous language. Additionally, I heard some comments related to modifying the ranges. I mean, we had this in committee and we could have, of course, modified the ranges. We have the power to do that. However, we are using data from 2014 that was built into a schedule. And so the whole schedule works in harmony with the individual grades, as well as, so the grades work vertically in relation to one another, and then the grade ranges, the salary ranges within each grade work horizontally with one another. So you can't just arbitrarily increase here or increase there or decrease here without really you know, impacting the compensation that has been associated with the different roles and responsibilities that different positions have in relation to one another. So I really want to emphasize the point that this is a data-based schedule. Like they all the data points work with one another. If you skew one point, you're really skewing the entire schedule. And that creates, you know, like arbitrary and capricious behavior that is problematic in and of itself. I do think that this has an opportunity to, you know, be budget neutral in the big picture of things as we start to build in the financial management practices. For example, the control that we have over the budget process, the grant process now is much firmer, and I don't think that we're going to be penalized in the same way. And I just want to reiterate that point that we had $350,000 worth of free cash alone in the past year that we lost because of those deficiencies in the grants management. So it's not that we don't have money, it's just that we don't have good financial practices at times, but we are fixing that. Additionally, I want to say that I find that you know, my position is that any vote against the hiring compensation plan that's been created is really an anti-government vote. It's an attempt to sort of, you know, limit the size and scope of government and make it inefficient and impractical. And I think that's a problem. Like when our residents really deserve the infrastructure that's needed in order to service, you know, the trash pickup, the parks, you know, the potholes and the sidewalks. Like these things cost money, and we need people doing those things. And I do understand that people have left for a variety of reasons, but I do think that the morale and the pay are, if you will, two wings of a bird, where I think that a lot of the morale that has been sort of at a low level in recent years has been in part the treatment of the city council and its unwillingness to take up this salary and compensation plan over the years. Of course, it's not the only thing, but I think that there's an adversarial relationship between the council and those employees in City Hall who are working for us. And There's the morale issue, and we say over and over again that we're not willing to compensate them for the work that they're doing, and that is just really hard for folks in City Hall to hear. And they are leaving in droves, and it's not just the department heads; it's people in positions up and down the departments. I'll leave my comments there. Thank you.
Counselor Bacon. Counselor, you're on mute. Counselor.
Thank you.
Yep.
I want to be clear that I totally reject the spin and the attitude that the chair of ordinance has put on somebody who may choose to disagree with portions of this package that is before us, that at the very last meeting was changed relative to some of the controls in it. The committee never even has looked at the final legal language, which we all just got today, which is out of keeping with the processes that we have conducted on much simpler language and issues in past process. And as I've said before, we do need to do something, but if I may, through the president to the chair, inquire, how many current city employees do we have in Holyoke?
You're referring to Counselor Lisi for that number,
Yeah.
or?
Yes, because I'm hearing her make generalized statements that people in the city are terribly compensated. Most of them, I believe, are represented by unions who have had their contracts negotiated. And the grant matters that have come before us have been generally managed by very highly paid city employees. And I take nothing away from anybody as somebody who's been working through the entire pandemic, who actually has been coming and doing the work. There is not one of us who takes that position, and I reject the characterization of the chair. Having said that, we are talking about employees that, yes, as Councilor Murphy and I have repeatedly agreed, on the lower end of the scales needed correction. And I've spoken up in committee, and I understand being the minority, and I understand being outvoted, which I accept. It's part of the process that we do in the political process. But I will not have my character or the positions I'm taking be spun in a way that is completely inaccurate and not representative of me or the representation that I provide for the people who vote me into office. Thank you.
Anyone further for the discussion of these three? That's under the first reading. I'll just say one thing quickly. It was asked at one of the meetings if I could get a ethics opinion from State Ethics Commission. I did do that. I would always do that. I would not take a vote if I felt there was a conflict. Of which Attorney Duca, if I say the name correctly, referred me to EC-COI-87-16 that deals with this issue. And as stated, no salary for anyone in my relationship would take effect until the following year after an election. Therefore, I would be allowed to vote on any one of these packages tonight. That is from the state ethics. I just wanted to get that out there on record as to what I was able to obtain from the state. With that, I turn it back over to Councilor Lisi. So this is motion to pass the first reading as amended, correctly?
We'll need to make those amendments, and I don't think that, I mean, I can second the motion that Councilor Murphy made, and that's to amend Schedule A to be effective July 1st, 2021. Schedule B becomes effective January 1st as of 2022. And Schedule C becomes effective July 1st, 2021.
On those amendments, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass a second reading?
So to pass the first reading as amended, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion would be to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
A motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for all three as amended and it was approved on the amendment. Clerk will call the roll.
Could I ask a question?
Hold on.
Question before I can take a vote, please.
Wait, who, Counselor Murphy, I heard you.
Yep.
And then Counselor Anderson Burgos.
So I just want to ask the question, if it's possible for us to vote on Schedule A and then Schedule B and then Schedule C, rather than as one uniform thing. I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with most of it, but if I were trying to vote it in a whole, I'm not sure I could really do that. But I'm wondering, can we subdivide these or no?
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I like to make a motion that we start with Schedule A, and take that up, and then work our way through. If that'll be my motion.
I'll second that.
All right, and that was second. All right, so next was Counselor Anderson Burgos.
That was my request as well.
Okay. And then I see Counselor LeBron Martinez, your hand is up.
Yes, I have joined. Can you hear me? I have joined you just because, as you know, I'm traveling. So I just wanted to join for this. I feel it's very important for me to have voted on this, as I know someone who works in the world of workforce development, or used to work in the workforce development, how important it is to recognize people's wages when they're working. And that's why I wanted to join this call. And I may lose because I don't have enough charge, but I just want to let you know that that's why I'm joining you this time. Thank you.
All right, so the motion was to
Mr.
take
President?
up. Yeah, Counselor Graney.
Could you clarify the positions in each of these as we vote as well?
Yep, so first up is, if I heard it correct on the motion, would take up Schedule A. Schedule A.
Yep.
And Counselor Lisi, if you can tell Counselor Graney, Schedule A.
Schedule A is the non-union employees. I mean,
Positions?
do you want me to go through the positions? I mean, I can do
Are there elected officials here?
No.
No, these are all
No.
the non-union City Hall employees. Schedule B is the electeds.
Okay.
Anyone further? Okay, so Schedule A, we're taking up first as amended. Once again, the clerk will call the roll. It says passes to be ordained. Clerk will call the vote. If you vote yes, you're voting for Schedule A with its amendments.
Anderson Burgos,
Dane.
Bartley,
I don't, what was the first vote? I'm sorry.
It's Schedule A.
No, I heard that, Madam Clerk. I just didn't hear my preceding brother counselor.
He abstained.
Okay.
Clarification, Mr. President.
What, Counselor?
By our rules, we cannot abstain unless we have a conflict.
He does.
He would have a conflict.
Just want to make that on record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
Motion to ordain.
9 yeas, 3 nays, 1 abstain.
With your vote, that one passes. So did someone say something? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I was going to say motion to ordain Schedule B.
All right, motion is
Anderson Burgos?
hold on. So to Schedule B, pass. If clerk will call the roll, you're
I'm going to make
voting.
I'm going to make a motion to amend Schedule B for the mayor's salary at $97,500 for the treasurer and the clerk at 82,500, which would provide, and all because they have not had an adjustment even longer than the other employees. That provides, the other employees all got 12.6, and this would be about a 15.6% increase to consider the additional years. So I would just like to make that amendment.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yeah, Counselor McGivern.
We're beyond discussion. We're at the motion to ordain. We can no longer discuss or amend at this point. If we want to do anything, we have to reconsider and go back to previous motions.
So motion is to reconsider our actions, or what do we want to do?
I'll make a motion to reconsider if that's what it takes.
Second.
So motion to reconsider to debate Schedule B. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
I'd say the noes have it.
Okay.
So we're back to Schedule B with the vote. The clerk will call the roll as amended. Passage to be ordained.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Reluctantly, yes.
Sullivan,
No.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
9 yeas, 5 nays.
With your vote, you approve Schedule B,
That's-
scheduled
That can't be a correct.
No, it's 9-4.
That's incorrect.
Sorry, 9 to 4.
9-4.
Okay.
All right, Schedule C.
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained as amended. The clerk will call the roll. You're voting for Schedule C.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
Your vote, that one passes. So that was 34 D, E, and F. Off to G. Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the review to potential to amend the residency requirement for the personnel directors per the personnel director's letter recommended that be adopted. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Motion to receive the committee report, adopt, and pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion?
Yes, so this became a request from the personnel director that Councilor McGee acted on. Because we're having such difficulty filling positions, we're barely getting letters of interest, and of those people that are expressing interest, they are not meeting the residency requirements. So for the personnel director position, as well as the sorry, I'm confused in my notes here. Is it the acting treasurer? Yeah, the acting treasurer positions. We wanted to relax the residency requirement. Allow us to draw from a more diverse regional pool of qualified applicants.
Anyone on this one? Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Didn't we just adjust the salary for the HR director?
This is not the salary, it's the residency requirement.
I understand that. Did we not just adjust the salary for that position?
Yes.
So my point is, since we just adjusted it and made it competitive, why would we not want to recruit and maintain our residency requirements so that we build people who have skin in the game who live in our city? Thank you.
Anyone further? I can answer on the residency requirement. I'm all in favor of Holyoke residents. That is first and foremost. any Holyoke resident that is going to apply for a position, whether it be on a board, whether it be an employee. The only problem that we're seeing right now is that no one from Holyoke has applied for these positions. So one of the requests was, could you look into the resident requirement and somewhat maybe open it up because of that issue that's popping up. The salary study being approved may help with that. If a Holyoke resident applies, then they will get preference. In my view, that's what my vote would be. But right now, we're not getting anyone from Holyoke, and that's why HR reached out to us on this. I will always go for a Holyoke resident, but this is why it came to us, and I filed it this way.
Mr. President, I feel like you're responding to me. So
no. I'm saying why I filed the order. I was just letting people know. That's all.
Right, but I would just like us to recruit with the residency in place in light of the argument that the reason that we haven't been getting applicants is because of the money, because this should fix that, is my point. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I was just letting everyone know what HR reached out to me on to why they requested this.
Yes,
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak in favor of your order and the report coming out of the out of committee. There are certainly positions where residency should always be adhered to, but there should be positions, professional positions, where when we have a vacancy, we advertise, and we should get the largest group of candidates to choose from. And I think said by a former city councilor, actually a former alderman once, when all things are equal in that pool of candidates, you hire the Holyoke resident, of course. But when you got you got a need to fill a professional position, it's not just about salary. I've often talked about residency in a neighbor who was the IT director for the city of Springfield under Mayor Hurley, who insisted on residency for all employees. And my neighbor had a chance to move to Springfield. However, his wife had a similar situation where they just couldn't up and leave, their roots from their hometown to adhere to the residency rule in Springfield. Now, this person had written all the software and from the beginning, before Munis and companies were hired for their payroll for a number of things that Springfield used. Well, eventually he had to resign, and he did, and he was replaced by someone, a competent individual who lived in Springfield. 4 months later, he was rehired as a consultant, making more money than what he did as a director, and said he loved it because he had no headaches. He didn't have to supervise anybody. He just did the same job he did. The other example I love to use about residency is one of our former mayors who had a great run in the city of Holyoke, Mike Sullivan. He served as our chief financial officer, our mayor, I believe 10 years, 5 terms, and did a great job. Well respected, well known for his ability to manage a budget, that the town of South Hadley hired him for his next 10 years. And even though Mike never moved to South Hadley knew what they got, and they got a great town manager. So let's get good people into these positions, because I'm a resident of Holyoke because I want to live here, and I don't want to force anybody to have the great love and feelings I have about this city. I think we need people that have the capability of performing the duties of these positions, and the bigger candidate pool we get when we advertise, the better chance we have of getting a quality person to take over.
Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I just have this DLS report from 2020. It's probably backwards for you guys, but it's financial management update. And on page 5, there's a paragraph that I'll read. It's very brief. It says, "We recommend that the city repeal the residency requirement for city employment. The city's interests are best served when it can hire and retain employees that have the strongest credentials and the most relevant professional experience. This is achieved by expanding to the greatest extent possible the pool from which a prospective candidate is likely to emerge. A residency requirement generally limits the field of candidates that may have the necessary skills required to perform in a job successfully, and may present a hardship to a strong candidate if he must relocate." Thank you.
Anyone further? Counselor Leahy. Counselor Leahy, it's muted. It's not coming through.
It doesn't look like it's muted.
Yeah, no, but we weren't hearing anything.
Didn't hear
We-
him.
Yeah,
There-
sorry about that.
There you
Got
go.
My headphones were shutting off. They were running out of battery. Years ago, myself and Councilor Jordan we had filed an order in regards to the police department and to the fire department, making sure that people who applied and successfully got the jobs were residents of the city of Holyoke, whether they move into the city or if they were already residents. One of the things that I've done in my life is I've competed against many people depending for jobs and interviews. And I always think that, and of course, I always thought that I was the best candidate for the position. Of course, who doesn't? However, when we open up to a bigger, larger pool of people, we're more apt to get a better candidate. Not saying that there's not great candidates in the city of Holyoke, but I would certainly vote for somebody from Holyoke over somebody that's not from Holyoke first. But I do think that we, I mean, for instance, the last time the public service, we went around trying to get applications, and we were getting a lot of different applications from Indeed down in Hartford, Connecticut, and we're getting some good qualified people, but all those applications went by the wayside. So, for now, I think that the city of Holyoke is in a rebuilding type of year, and this is something we're going to need to do. Thank you.
Seeing no one further. Oh, Councilor Murphy, sorry.
Yeah, just real quick. Everything I've understood with what's going on, obviously, I would also agree with Councilor Leahy. If we have a Holyoke resident that is as qualified as someone else, that's who should get the job. However, we are in a situation where we have people that have applied, and we need to get people in to do the job. So, for future reference, I think, we do advertise. We try to get Holyoke people that are qualified and can do the job. But if we can't do that, and right now we're really in a bind in order to get us back to where we want to be in terms of providing services and making sure that we can do. I know the acting treasurer has talked to me. I know the personnel director previously. We just need to be in a position where we can get people in there to do the jobs. And as I understood, we need to get a personnel director to make sure we can hire some of the other people. So we just can't keep waiting. So if we've got people that are qualified, then we need to move on that. And again, I don't disagree with giving residents a preference if they're equal qualifications or very close to equal qualifications, but we got to get some. Right now we got a problem and we got to resolve it, and the residency is causing some of the problems. I will support this change.
Anyone further? Seeing none, motion was passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Motion to
opposed? Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass second reading.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the change of the residency requirement.
I think Councilor Anderson Burgos has his hand up.
I'm sorry, Councilor,
no.
Thank you, I missed that, but clerk will call the roll.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
12 yeas.
LeBron Martinez, I'm still in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gladys. I didn't think you were still here. LeBron Martinez?
Yes.
Unanimous
Yes,
vote.
I'm off now. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
With your vote, you're approved. That one, 34H, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the Ordinance Committee, City Council consider removal of Mass General Law, Chapter 85, Section 17A from the Holyoke's list of approved statutes. The SJC recently ruled that it be unconstitutional, removed. Law Department is recommend that be adopted. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. Receive the committee report and adopt, pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading, and our discussion.
Thank you. This was brought to our attention via Councilor Bartley, who noted there was a ruling that the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts said that this Mass General Law, Chapter 85, Section 17A, which is known as the panhandling statute, it was deemed unconstitutional, and therefore it was recommended that we delete it from our Code of Ordinances, and this is the deletion.
Okay, so straightforward, no comments. So motion is pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer. Or, I mean, for the deletion, sorry. Thinking of finance already.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez. Oh, she left. Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve that. 34I, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the Ordinance Committee consider an ordinance that would create a penalty for any driver handing out anything from the car window as a traffic safety violation. Recommend that be given leave to withdraw.
Receive the committee report.
Motion is to receive, give leave to
And adopt.
withdraw, or discussion, receive, adopt, to give leave to withdraw, or discussion.
I think it's self-explanatory. We got a ruling, not a ruling, but a communication from the ACLU that said that it would be a violation of free speech if we were to pass this. And so to avoid any liability, we decided to give the order leave to withdraw.
Anyone further? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Off to Committee on Finance.
President, if we could suspend the rules and take 35A and 35B as a package, please.
Second.
Motion to take up as a package. All those in favor? All those opposed? 35A, Committee on Finance has referred a communication from Cinder McNerney detailing the general fund debt module for the Peck School project. It's complied with. 35B, the Committee on Finance was in order that Lori Belanger respond to the questions concerning the need to rebid the services for the OPM, which is the new middle school. Recommend that be complied with as well. So both will be complied with. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Very quickly, we had a good attendance at the Finance Committee meeting. We took these up in case there was any questions and just to get it out in the open as to what the Joint Committee was talking about with the school building project and assistance from the MSBA. The easier one is Lori Belanger came in, made a very detailed presentation on the operating project, on the owner's project manager, and on the architect, which is part of, remind everyone, of a project like this where it's upfront. The MSBA is already paid 80% for the OPM and for the work that was done on the original junior high school proposal. There's subject to be amendments to this. There's subjects to certainly talk about doing something different in terms of architecture, in terms of the project itself. But pretty much, at this point, both the architect and the OPM are standing ground, are working with the city and not looking for any additional funds to date. Lori went on to say that there's a good chance, and I don't want to quote here because I should have questioned her a little more, but there's a good chance that the MSBA would not fund a completely different. This is a efficiency study up front, for the project itself. So we did listen to Lori. We thanked her, and there's a number of questions that were asked. Immediately after that, we had our bond advisor, Cinder McNerney, and Cinder was with us with Zoom. She's the project manager for Hilltop Security. She's been with the city since 1973. And I always say this, Cinder knows, not only knows her business, but knows the city of Holyoke inside out. which her task was the mayor and I believe the schools through the joint committee, but the schools asked her about, can the city absorb a project, with MSBA assistance, of course, can they absorb the project within our debt service schedule itself? Cinder, we all have copies of it. We've had it for some time now. Jeff sent the next, second copy of it out last week electronically. We have copies that show that over the next 4 to 5 years, our debt service will be going down to a point where the time schedule for any school construction, we're looking at sometime in 2023, I believe. And correct me if I'm wrong to anybody on the joint committee. But the debt service, which is currently running about 4.8 million, by 2024, with nothing added to it, by 2023, with nothing added to it, will be down to about 4.1 million. If you add in, and they factored in $500,000 from the school budget, but if you add in projected cost, if the city were to bond for a school with a percentage of it being reimbursed by the MSBA, these figures are the city costs, that we would be still at that same $4.8 million. There's no commitment to this at this time. Obviously, the final vote, as it was the last time, is the bond vote. But before we get there, there's a lot of work to be done. I think there's a lot of questions. I commend the joint committee. I commend the building committee, for everybody that's working on it and have been working on this for years now, for their diligence. The fact that, mentioned earlier, it's only 500 students as opposed to 1,000 junior high school kids that we have in Holyoke is going to have to be considered, because the plan works if we close some elementary schools. It's our elementary schools, some of them that are in dire shape and either need to be closed or a lot of money needs to be pumped into them. And the savings, in the original plan was with the closing of a certain amount of elementary school space as it is. Of course, most important is getting the older kids away from the younger kids for a lot of educational, reasons itself. But with that in mind, Cinder gave us, and anytime, and I think everybody believes this, anytime we meet with Cinder, it's a learning experience for all of us. She's very well qualified. She speaks down to our level and certainly makes everything understandable. And we had a great conversation with her. Mr. President, the committee reports that these orders are complied with. I just wanted to amend that motion just a little bit to say, once that motion is adopted, that we place each of these reports in the archives of the Finance Committee for future reference.
All right, so motion is, unless there's anyone else, motion that these two have been complied with and that they be placed in the Finance Committee archives. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 35C, Committee on Finance, who was referred that pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, the City Council hereby approve the provisions of the facilities and capital grant, $110,000 with a $110,000 certified matching fund. Completion date 3/1/2022. Recommend that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. Finance Committee met. We had Kate Perlsier in from Mysteriahurst. She gave a wonderful presentation. This is a follow-up on the work that's being done at Mysteriahurst. A lot of the work is electric related items. This particular grant is in addition to other grants and other funds. And Councilor Sullivan rightfully pointed out that this there's a CPA grant that is funding a bulk of this project. It is leveled. It is leveled. It has leveled use level to get this grant in to complement that work. Where's Councilor Bartley when I need him? When he tells me how I'm fumble mouthing.
It's leveraged. Leveraged.
Leveraged. Kate did a great job as always, and she pointed the work is on schedule. As she told us the last time she was in, COVID is actually no blessing, but the ability to do some work is fast forward because Mysteriahurst like the rest of the world is, still in the shutdown mode itself. But the committee did listen to Kate, ask some questions, and we recommend that we accept the council, and the match is all taken care of because of the other monies.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, I want to commend Ms. Preisler. I think she's done a great job, and I think she's followed up. She came in and had many problems in terms of safety, in terms of being able to use the facility, and she has consistently and patiently moved the process to the point now where hopefully in August we're looking at a facility that offers much more opportunity in a much safer environment. And I just want to commend her because I'm sure, I know when I first met with her, there was a lot of frustration. How do we get these things resolved? And I really commend her for sticking with it, working to get grants, working to do other things, and trying to make sure that when we do have people going to Wisteria, they're going to a safe facility that really has solid amenities for having meetings. So I just want to commend her.
Mr. President,
Councilor Graney.
under Robert's Rules of Order, I'd like to move the question, please.
Second.
So the motion here is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion be to pass the second reading. The clerk will call roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the grant. 35D, the Committee on Finance, Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, the City Council accept the SAFE grant of $9,260, and there's no match. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a annual grant that we address almost every year. It's a well-spent grant in terms of the city of Holyoke and the way it's used. We had our chief, Jeff Skopowski, in, and we had Maria Pelcher in to give us the annual presentation. Just a quick reminder, because I think most of us are familiar with it, but for anybody listening, Maria is the one, our firefighter, who is out there with this grant, whether it's into that elderly high rises where she works with elderly people and making sure that they understand fire safety, whether it's car seats that are given out to people that qualify for a free car seat itself, and very important too, into the schools to work with students at an age where giving them the ins and outs of what fire safety is and what it means to if you ever found yourself in the midst of a fire itself. The grant is $9,260. She makes that money go like it's 5 times the amount, the way she works and the way she does it. Jeff, the chief, told us something that I think is very impressive. Over the 26 years, and with a big tribute to this grant itself, but over 26 years, we've seen a reduction in the fire-related children deaths, which I think is very important, because that's something that, tragic as it is, it's something that's been a reality in not just the city of Holyoke, but in many areas that have multi-family units and have a lot of rental property. But the meeting was good. The committee recommends that we do accept the grant again, and that we commend the fire department, both Maria and the chief and everybody. We also learned who the firefighter is, who is Sparky these days, but I'm sworn to secrecy. So if you weren't at the meeting, I'm not going to give up his name. But the committee recommends to accept the grant.
Anyone, Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, just briefly, Mr. President, on the great report, Councilor McGivern. I got a chance to see Maria on Saturday. I was at the community field for the Easter drive-through, and she was actually there with Sparky in the fire truck. So it was a great event, and that's one of the few things he does to get the awareness out there to the community. And it's really amazing how far she takes that money and makes it last. especially the getting house calls to get smoke detectors and CO detectors, which is vital, especially for the elderly, and they actually help, put those up and install those. So she does great work, and I'm really glad that we got this grant and that she utilizes it to the best of her ability. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion is, Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, just very quickly, I just want to kind of just go along the lines of Joe or Councilor McGivern. Joe, I think that either Jeff or Chief Prokowski, I think he said it was, the percentage was like something like 70-something% throughout the state over the last 20 years. I mean, it was a phenomenal stat. Yeah. It was fantastic. So I think that just had to be reiterated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Leahy. I didn't write down a number, so I was afraid to guess. But
incredibly high, yeah.
It was 78%. I got the number.
Those mailmen always get their numbers.
I remember that.
You're good at summarizing.
So the motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the grant.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
For your vote, you approve that one. Off to public safety. 36A. Counselor, do you want to take up A, B, C, and D? They're complied with and give a report on those?
Sure, that would be fine.
All right, motion to suspend rules, take up A, B, C, and D as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? A, Committee on Public Safety has referred an order from the League of Women Voters, request that Hoyoke join the neighborhood communities in passing a resolution regarding the Palmer biomass plant. Recommend it's complied with. B, Committee on Public Safety has referred an order that the DPW report before the Public Safety Committee to address the City Council chamber back area room update of the odor associated with it. That's complied with. C is the Committee on Public Safety has referred an order at DPW and or ROCA coordinate cleanup with Fitzpatrick Ice Rink in accordance with the former at-large Dan Breslin. The rink manager is offering to help, and I received the following email. Once the snow is gone, we will clean up the trash as best as near the rink. If the city can clean up the top of the hill, that would be great. That's been complied with. D, Committee on Public Safety, order at DPW Superintendent send a communication to the City Council for its 3/16/21 meeting, provided that the schedule or estimated timetable for paving, potholes, parking spaces, operation hours, weekend bulk drop off and operations, and yard waste operations. That's been complied with as well. Councilor Murphy.
So, first of all, in terms of the petition by the League of Women Voters regarding the Palmer biomass power plant, two things. Number one, we did get a lot of information from the League of Women Voters and various health organizations throughout Massachusetts. We also received a letter from our health director, Sean Gonzalez, and I'm just real quickly, he quoted, "It would be contradictory for the city of Hoyoke to create a concerted effort to monitor particulate matter in response to asthma while also supporting construction of a facility that will produce a significant amount of particulate matter." And he also emphasized that greater Springfield area, including Hoyoke, already has the worst pediatric asthma incident rates in the United States. Since that meeting, the state, I believe, Environmental Protection Department has ruled against Palmer biomass continuing to do their work. You have a resolution that you've introduced that I think Councilor Tallman have co-signed. I would suggest that maybe we still do it just so that the state knows that it does cause some health issues, but the order has been complied with, and we did have a good meeting discussing the problems and the concerns in terms of health. The second item, 36B, we did get a report from Mr. McManus indicating that we are expecting to have the carpeting, brand new carpeting put in there, which should be done in late April or early May. and that the DPW is trying to coordinating with the plumbing service to make modifications to the sewer stack, hopefully, to alleviate the odors. And that order has been complied with. I know Councilor Sullivan has been doing some work on that. I don't know if he wants to say anything on that.
Nope,
Okay.
you covered it.
Okay. Item 36C is introduced by Councilor Bartley. And again, we met to discuss the cleanup efforts behind Fitzpatrick Ice Rink. And I believe Councilor Bartley, a number of community citizens, plus I think got some supplies from the DPW and worked with the people from the Fitzpatrick Ice Rink, including former Councilor Bresnahan. They did a lot of the work, and the work has been done. I know, and I think Councilor Bartley, you indicated there were some concerns about fencing and people throwing things beyond the fence or something along that lines. And I know Councilor Bartley was talking to Superintendent McManus about trying to figure out some way to solve that. Councilor Bartley, I don't know if you want to say anything on that.
Yeah, I hope that the acting mayor, whomever that will be, will keep that in mind when we transition. And then secondly, I certainly want to give a large thanks to Sheriff Nick Kochi and his staff, or the community service guys. Their help was invaluable, and the correctional officers. And so Sheriff Kochi, his staff, Eddie Case, they really came through big time, because without their muscle, there's no way we would have got through even a tenth of that. So it was imperative. So thank you to Sheriff Kochi and the community service team at the Hampden County House of Correction.
Okay, thank you. And item 36D, the committee did meet with Mr. McManus, who gave us a pretty solid report in terms of road paving and patching and all the other things. He did provide a list of street projects for the next 5 years, with most being paid by Chapter 90 funds, and there are some potential being paid by TIPS in the TIPS fund program, coming probably in 22 or 23. Usually the expenditure is between $900,000 and $1 million a year from Chapter 90. The paving for this year includes 37,370 square yards on 9 different streets. That's paving, and the microsurfacing is 18,608 square yards on 6 additional streets. He also wanted to let the yard waste facility will be open most weekends, Saturday and Sunday, from 8 a.m. until 3:45 p.m. And curbside yard waste pickup should have begun yesterday. I assume it did. I didn't hear anybody saying it didn't, so I'm assuming it did. And the bulk waste pick or drop off, I believe, is Tuesday and Thursday. And for some reason, I did not get the time.
7:30 to 2:30, Terry.
Okay, 7:30 to 2:30. That's Tuesday and Thursday at the bulk yard drop-off center at the DPW facility. And I thought he gave a substantial report. It was about 2.5 pages of all the streets over the next 5 years. And again, we have some pothole issues, and I know Councilor Graney had some concerns. And I think we just need to continue to stay on and try to. When we know they're there, we got to try to get them resolved.
Anyone further?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Councilor Graney.
Yeah, just quickly, when is the Chapter 90 funding made available to the city?
The date on it? I don't have the date, but I can get you an answer tomorrow.
Okay, thanks.
So
it'd be after the start of the fiscal year, right? So I
think so, but I don't have the exact date. But I'll get the exact date for everybody. But A, B, C, and D are all complied with. All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All those opposed? There was no public service off to DGNR. 38A, your committee on DGNR who was referred, an order that DCR noticed intent to acquire a conservation restriction on a parcel of land of approximately 1,465.81 acres owned by the town of West Springfield and located at Bear Hole Reservoir in West Springfield, the city of Holyoke, have considered and recommended that the order be adopted.
Motion receive, adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt. Under discussion.
Yeah, this is a situation where the town of West Springfield owns of that 1,465 acres. About 150 of those acres, give or take, are within the city of Holyoke at its southern tip, if you will, and it's called Bears Hole Reservoir, and so what the city of West Springfield, town of West Springfield, as I used to call it, has done is they've over the course of months and months they worked with Division of Conservation and Recreation, the Audubon Society, and they've now entered into what's called a conservation restriction, and in consideration of that, those two aforesaid agencies are giving the town of West Springfield $1 million, and we received a communication which I went ahead and signed it, and we should, that should be before the city council president now. We haven't, we're going to vote on that now, but I went ahead and signed it, subject to our vote. And what we're saying is that we just sign off on this conservation restriction. Now the real debate happened with in committee, is why we took it up in February, we took it up again in March, and the real debate is as to whether the city of Holyoke should be compensated for the acreage in an equal ratio as to what the town of West Springfield gets. Yeah, so if you just rough calculation, you just say 10%, then why doesn't the city of Holyoke receive $100,000? And it was a very fair, reasonable question. And I don't want to go. I'm probably going on too long now, but what we voted on that night on March 29th was to ask. We voted to send a communication to the mayor of West Springfield, and I drafted it. The committee reviewed it. No comments were submitted, so I submitted directly to the mayor of West Side, who did reply in kind, in a timely fashion. Todd, maybe we should take those up as late files now, just to get them out of the way. I just realized that we submitted them for late files, so I'll make a motion to take the mayor's letter. It's probably dated April 2nd or thereabouts, and then my email, which would have been April 1st or thereabouts.
Second that.
Thank you.
I have both. It's items C and D, late files C and D. C would be the letter from the mayor of West Springfield, and then D is the letter from Councilor Bartley, Sullivan, Tallman, and Grady.
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to that, whether we take them, we suspend, take them up, and then motion to receive.
Motion is suspend the rules, go out of order to C and D. All those in favor?
All right.
All opposed? Motion is to take C and D and receive them. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Yeah, so
then
just
back to, okay.
Yeah, just getting those out of order. So I think I fairly summarized those. The email I wrote was basically making a request to the mayor of West Side, and his letter was the answer to that request, which was a very gracious letter, and but essentially said that it's really not within his authority to sort of negotiate the terms, and therefore he respectfully declined. I mean, I think I'm summarizing it fairly, and so that was it. It was a very fair discussion, but ultimately that's where we voted. So we did vote to recommend this for approval, subject to that letter, but I'll let other councilors speak for themselves. But I voted for it, and that's that. Thank you.
Anyone with regards to this? Councilor Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add to this. I think it was a great piece of due diligence on the part of the members of the committee to send this letter and to at least ask, to at least put it out there in front of the mayor of West Springfield. And in his letter, I want to quote him exactly. I appreciate your diligence on behalf of your own constituents. Having said that, I find it very discouraging to learn that a member of one of our own city boards has accused these same members of this committee of blackmail and extortion. And I hope everybody keeps that in mind when we come to thinking about who we place on these boards going forward. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Councilor
Oh.
Graney, is your hand up? Are you trying to talk?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Councilor Graney.
Jeez.
I didn't know that either, but that's a very interesting accusation to be made. Certainly, I'd like to get more information on that one. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
I don't want to touch blackmail and extortion, but
No,
I do
I'm
want to
with
commend
you.
the committee for what they did. You know, they worked
Thank you,
hard
Joe.
on an issue that on the surface doesn't seem to be important, but I think it is important. And I appreciate reaching out to the mayor of West Springfield, and I appreciate his quick response to the issue. But the committee did a great job. A lot of this deals with Bear Hole. And if you ever even just do a Google map and look at the connection of our former reservoirs, Ashley and McLean, and a number of streams, some underground, that feed and go right down to Bear Hole. And the land that's West Springfield owns, that for protection, for a number of different reasons, also is part of that whole system itself and needs to be protected. It helps all of us protect our land. It helps the state, to put these restrictions on to make sure the environmental police and others can help in providing the protection. One of the scary parts, and note the similarities, is Bear Hole. If you look at it, is very close to their neighboring community of Westfield, to a quarry that is still being run and operated. And that quarry is even headed towards some of our city line too itself. And I can't help to wonder about, how we fought with the quarry on Mount Tom, and how not quick enough, but it did get closed finally. And now we're in the process of seeing it reclaimed. But these are issues that we take for granted, but the city of Holyoke has a lot of acres of restricted conservation land. And I, for one, and I think most Hoyokers are very proud of that, because it's part of our heritage and part of who we are.
Councilor Tallman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I really really appreciative of my colleagues on the committee about putting that forward. At first I had a little disagreement with it, hearing from their town council and our law department, but I think it was proper to send a letter to Mayor Reichalt and to find out, because technically we had nothing to lose, and I think it was important, as Councilor Sullivan said, the due diligence. But part of the letter, I think most of us got the letter, but part of the letter, I've just read maybe a line, was, while West Springfield was seeking local approval from its own council last year, I committed to our council members that all of the funds that we receive as part of this transaction will be dedicated solely to the future care of Bear Hole. So, I mean, that's what conservation is all about. And I think we heard from DCR also that night that, we're working with the Wyden Reservoir, and she even stated that maybe there might be a possibility for Holyoke, if we put some part of that land up by Wyden Reservoir, to get some funding from DCR. And she did mention that you can go back in the public record. There might be a possibility of Holyoke trying to get some money if we put some conservation restrictions on our own Whiting Street Reservoir. Thank you.
Anyone further? I know the letter wasn't read, but from section D, and Councilor Bartley is correct, as well as the whole committee. Nonetheless, the committee voted 4-0 to seek your opinion as to whether West Springfield would share in the portion of the proceeds. Your opinion. So I just want to clear for record, the committee did it absolutely correctly, as all the committee members do here. And I will always stand up for my fellow councilors when some stuff is said here. So I appreciate all the work that everyone does here. Sometimes it gets tough, but my thing is, that letter that was sent was seeking just an opinion and only an opinion. With that said, this is that we approve, receive and adopt. Do a roll call, Councilor Bartley, for
I
this
think we
one?
should.
Yeah, I
The
think
only
so
thing I
too.
want to point out, Mr. President,
Yep.
do you have a copy of that that aforesaid notice that I signed? And I just want to, Jeff, through the chair to Jeff, did you give that to the city council?
Yeah, I
President?
did.
I think we all received it, Councilor Bartley.
Okay, so that's really what we're just we're just voting to acquiesce to this conservation restriction. That's essentially it.
Yep. So motion is receive, adopt. The clerk will call it off. If you vote yes, you're voting for the conservation restriction for West Springfield.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi, McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Almond,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your
Brenna,
vote,
did
you
my
approve.
yes come through?
Yeah, I saw you. Yeah.
With your vote, you approve that. 38B. Command DGNR was referred an order special permit application for Anthony Dominguez at 50 Upland Road for a non-conforming structure to change property to non-conforming and to conforming to use as a storage area. Recommended that the application be approved with the following conditions: that any light not be materially affected to the abutters.
Motions to receive, adopt the committee report, grant a special permit as amended.
Motion is receive, adopt, grant as amended. Under discussion.
Yes, we had a public hearing. The petition was before us. We had a very good, an excellent discussion. This is a resident of Upland Road. The ancillary parcels about 150 feet west of his residence. On that parcel is a structure, and he's seeking a special permit. And he described, Mr. President, what he wants to do with that structure. The property itself, the parcel itself, is a 1/4 acre buildable lot. Right now, listening to the petitioner, he just wants to use it for personal use, but he believes down the road he would construct a home on there. The building commissioner has said it is a lot that can be developed for residential use. Subsequent to the meeting, we did get a fair, and we had a good discussion in the meeting too, especially my friend Councilman McGivern. I mean, I think he always raises good points. And then one of the point was, why is this? Why do we need a special permit for this? And so the next day we did receive an email from the building commissioner, and it was his opinion that he went through in the email as to why a special permit was required. I will say this, and I keep this handy for just these circumstances, Mr. President. So the building commissioner has his opinion. The city ordinances has its law, and it says special permits may be granted with such reasonable conditions, safeguards, or limitations on time or use, including performance guarantees, as a special permit granting authority may deem necessary to serve the purposes of this ordinance. As it turns out, the special permit granting authorities in 9.3.1, and that's the city council. So that gives the city council pretty broad discretion on whether or not to grant a special permit. In this case, despite the opinion of the building commissioner, now the building commissioner was not part of the discussion on March 29th. I don't know why he was not there. It's not my job to track people down and make sure they attend, but he wasn't there. And though all our agendas are publicly noticed. So But after the fact, we did hear from, it was his opinion that maybe that wasn't the highest and best use of the parcel, but you know, the vote's the vote. And so any counselor can vote the way they want now, whether or not to grant it. I'm going to stand by my vote at the March 29th meeting, which I voted yes to approve the special permit. And I will make one other point. The Ward 5 counselor was not present, but she did indicate, she did state her approval. And lastly, Mr. President, there was no public opposition to this special permit request from the abutters. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Just quickly at that meeting, once again, Mr. Dominguez was very forthright in his discussion. I personally went to check that property. There are great improvements on that garage. Right now, he intends to make it more improvements on that piece of property. So I think that we definitely should grant this special permit. He's a responsible citizen, responsible homeowner, citizen of Holyoke, and he is making improvements on that property. And I think we should grant the permit. Thank you.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to Chairman Bartley and the committee. I was unfortunately not able to attend, but I did communicate with my constituent on Upland, and he is making a good improvement to the property. It's serving a good and neighborly purpose. It's got support in the neighborhood, and his future intentions are in keeping also with the neighborhood. So I urge the council to support this special permit. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I concur with the speakers in the committee for the better good of the neighborhood, for the better good overall. It makes sense that this special permit be adopted. Just the curiosity that got me was not conforming, because why would a garage standing alone? Why would a garage be standing alone? Number one. And why non-conforming? And what had happened was the sale of the property for which the garage was built for, and the building department didn't tell us that the lot was subdivided, but that the garage was not part of the sale. So the new owners, for whatever reason, didn't want this garage. And if you ever look at it or drive by it, it does kind of stand alone. So for the better good of the neighborhood, absolutely. You know, this special permit, and for someone to put money into this garage makes sense. I'm just curious, and I hope it is a buildable lot, because that makes even more sense. And maybe someday someone will build a home on the lot itself. But I just don't understand how the city could allow a house to be sold, but to cut the lot in half and not the garage too. But that's a story for another day. Thank you.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. Similar concerns that Councilor McGivern had is wondering why it was a non-confirming use. Wasn't exactly sure, but the gentleman did say that down the road he might indicate to build a home there. And I think this is going to be good for the neighborhood. I had in my mind's eye exactly the location as he was speaking, but since the meeting I had an opportunity to drive by it a couple times, and he's going to be using it to store, I guess he has a BMW or something, a fancy car. He's going to be storing his car in there for the winter months. He's going to put electricity in it as well. I just want to go through you, Todd, Council President, say Dave, or Councilor Barley. That was a good meeting. I learned a lot. And I also learned that this gentleman, he certainly has a voice for radio. He could certainly be a DJ if he wanted to be. He had such a very nice flow to it. You know, so I'm definitely going to vote in favor of this, because I think it's the best thing for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Anyone further? Seeing none, it's a grant a special permit. So we'll have the clerk call the roll in order to grant the permit with the following condition, that any lighting would not be.
I think Juan has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it popped up. I was reading. Sorry. So, Councilor Anderson Burgos.
I just wanted to double check. So none of the abutters reached out or with concerns or anything at all? I just want to make sure before I take that vote that there is no concern residents in that area. regarding the structure and what's going to be added to it or not added to it.
Well, and just through the chair, I in my committee report, I said we had a public hearing. Abutters are noticed, and not one abutter spoke on the matter, pro or con. So no one spoke.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the special permit with the condition. Oh, you're on mute.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Almond,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve the special permit.
Mr. President, can we take 38 spent, like 38C and 38F as a package, though we will need to vote on them separately?
All right, so motion to
Second.
take up C and F as a package for discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? C is the command DGNR was referred in order that in accordance with chapter 30B in the Hoyle Code of Ordinances, declare 60 Hamilton Street surplus. Said parcel is identified in Hoyle is approximately 5,749 square feet and valued at $23,000. Recommend it be adopted. 38F, DGNR, in accordance with Redevelopment Authority Urban Renewal Plan, connect, construct, create a plan for the center of city. City Council on December 4th, 2012, and the amended 2020 voted to approve the transfer of 60 Hamilton to the Redevelopment Authority for $1. Said parcel is approximately, once again, 5,749 square feet and $23,000 of assessed value. Recommend that that be adopted.
So yeah, and the motions to receive and adopt the committee report under discussion. So this is a touch unusual the way the OPED is presenting this to us, but it's nevertheless we can walk and chew gum. So on the surplus, we're basically the surplus and the vote and the disposition. Usually they're by tradition they're separate meetings with some period apart. But in this case, we kind of lumped them together. So what's happening here is this is part of the South Holyoke development, and so we want to support this to the extent we possibly can, because this is ultimately going to create new housing that all communities need, and of course Holyoke is famous for supporting housing in all shapes and sizes. So the vote would be to declare 60 Hamilton surplus. It's a lot, and then that needs a 2/3 vote, and then we would 38F would be to dispose of 60 Hamilton to the HRA, and the HRA, in accordance with the city's master plan, would go ahead and work to see that being developed. And so that sale is for $1. These lots are proximate to the Greek Orthodox Church, although I'm going to let Councilor Murphy, if he's so inclined, to speak on this in a little more depth and detail than what I gave. Thank you.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President. Yeah, this is basically a parking lot at the old Skinner Community Center, which is on a corner of Main and Hamilton. The Greek Orthodox Church owns a lot on the corner of Clemente and Hamilton, which we are hoping will become part of the South Holyoke home redevelopment, which is probably 2 or 3 more homes in their lot. They don't need the parking that they originally, but they do need some parking, and that's what this is about. But other than that, I mean, we're talking, my expectation is in the near future, they'll be transferring their lot to the city so that we can in fact have the housing authority add that to their plans. And that should be another 2 or 3 homes at 60, which it will actually wouldn't be 60, it'd be 56, I think. Hamilton or Clemente.
Okay. Seeing no one further, we'll take up 38C first, which is to declare it surplus. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're declaring 60 Hamilton surplus.
Anderson Burgos.
Yeah.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez. Hernandez,
Yes. Yes. do you hear me?
Leahy,
Yes. Yep.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
For your vote, you approve C. Now it's
And
38.
Mr. President, can we just take, oh, I'm sorry, we got to vote on 38Fs. I'm sorry.
F is to sell it for the dollar to the redevelopment authority. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the sale.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
For your vote, you approve the sale. Councilor
Mr.
Bartley.
President, can we just take 38E, let's go out of order, take 38E, then we'll go to D.
Okay.
Just 38E.
Motion to go
please.
out of order to 38E. All those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed? DGNR Committee, in accordance with the Holyoke Redevelopment Authority Urban Plan, Connect, Construct, Create a plan to amend, vote to approve the transfer of 55 Hamilton Street to the Redevelopment Authority for $1. Said parcel is approximately 3,485 square feet and has a value of 31,500. Recommend that be adopted. Councilor
Motion
Bartley.
to receive and adopt the committee report and to approve the transfer to the HRA.
Motion is receive, adopt, and
Second.
approve the transfer, which is what we just discussed on the last two.
Yeah, this is the same area, Mr. President, and we did hear from, I should have said, we heard from OPED and, Aaron and Johnny and this is all part of the plan for the South Holyoke housing project that we all want to see move forward, and we're hopeful that this little tiny little lot will also effectuate this development. It's fairly complicated business, but these votes are nevertheless important, and these little steps are hopefully going to go a long way in making that neighborhood a little nicer. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilor Murphy.
Just real quick, this is a major improvement, because I know when they first talked about this, they were leaving this lot open, and now it is now part of a plan to build at least one house, if not a duplex there. So, and be paying taxes and all the other things, and private home ownership. So it's a major improvement from what they were talking about 3 or 4 years ago. So I am glad that they're looking and working with the housing authority, and that is now part of the continuation of the plan for the homes.
So with that, the motion is to receive, adopt. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve that transfer of property. 38D, the DGNR committee was referred that the city council, in accordance with Master General Law 30B, and the Holyoke Procurement Office vote to accept the offer of $6,000 from Gregory Vigorello for the purchase of 416 Appleton Street, which is a vacant lot of 2,526 square feet. The property is identified at the following map and parcel and is assessed at 4,600. Recommended that be adopted. Counselor Bartley.
Motion is to receive and adopt the committee report and to approve the sale to Mr. Virgilio for $6,000.
Motion is receive, adopt to approve the sale. Under discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, this has had this little tiny little, so to some say, but some humble people would say this semi-unattractive little parcel directly across the street from the parking lot at the YMCA has had a long tortured history in this city, and we're not going to summarize it because we've summarized it multiple times. But the good news is that the more or less the abutter across the alleyway is Greg Virgilio, who's been in city council multiple times in my career on various matters. He owns the property at the corner of Appleton and Pine, known as 185 Pine Street. Now that's directly across the lot, directly across from the YMCA parking lot, and diagonal from the new parking lot, the very famous new parking lot. Behind that building, across the alleyway, is this little tiny nothing burger parcel that was part of an abutting park. It's had various names, and that history has been recounted in this body more than once, and we're not going to recount it again. But the good news is Mr. Virgilio has offered $6,000. The assessed value is $4,600. Okay, so there's a little bit of a premium there, but the main premium is that this is going to provide off-street parking to the future tenants at 185 Pine Street, a building that's been vacant for at least 15 years, if not longer. And so Mr. Virgilio is slowly developing it. The second floor, I believe councilors have already been there, and Mr. Virgilio has offered to give a tour to other councilors. And if anybody wants his telephone number and his email, I certainly have it available, and to take him up on his offer. So perhaps the Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 4, any councilor would want to do that, because I think it'd be worth your while. In fact, I'm probably going to do it myself. And the only thing is it's probably not, you're probably not going to see much activity there. He said for a couple of years, the 10-unit building at 185 Pine, it looks like that's going to be occupied, not till 2025. So you're probably looking at this lot being, cleaned up and resurfaced and striped, maybe in 22 or 23. But the good news is there'll be some progress, and I'm sure the people at the Y and then the abutters, Mr. Whitman, he has a parcel on Beach Street, and so there's some other fine landlords and developers there. Mr. Bosco comes to mind as well. So the committee looked this over. We heard from OPED, we heard from Mr. Virgilio, and the committee, I know, voted unanimously 4-0 to support the sale. Thank you.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, great, Dave, great review. I go along with everything you said. I think it's just for him investing in that block there on 185 Pine, and to take this lot that we've been around the course for years, and to make that a parking lot. He still has some, as he stated, he still has some permits to get, and stormwater, and check with the DPW about paving. But I see Joe's got his hand raised, and I hope we get the full history of this lot from Councilor McGivern, because I love hearing it. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Absolutely not. I respect the chairman's wishes that we're not going to recount this lot that once was LaPointe Market and 2 apartments above it, and the history of the park next door for the Poppers Park is what they called it, and for Animal, who is no longer with us, who led the charge in the neighborhood. What I do want to talk about is 185 Pine Street, because when I grew up, I had a great family that lived in that block. It's a beautiful block. It actually has, at the moment, not working, an elevator. The woodwork is incredible, and I can't say enough for the work that's going on in that block and the saving of it for not just for the neighborhood, but for the entire city. And this is a win-win because it complements the someone who's putting their money into something that is going to benefit the entire city, and at the same time help out the tenants, and help out the whole neighborhood in terms of parking. Great job on the committee, and I won't talk any more about LaPointe's Market.
Anyone further? So motion that this is to receive and adopt and grant the sale transfer. Seeing no one else, the clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 38D.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approved that transfer. 38G is next. The Committee on DGNR, who's referred in order that the DGNR committee invite in Jim Welch and the CEO of Mira Vista to discuss the Providence Hospital. Recommend that it's been complied with.
Motion to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt. Our discussion, Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I had a great discussion with Jim Welch. This is an order that the council president put before us, and we took it up pretty quick. And the timing has worked well for Jim Welch, former state senator from West Side. In fact, that was West Springfield. That was a salute to West Springfield last March 29th in Holyoke. It was exciting. And then we had the CEO of Mira Vista, and I wish I could, Dr. Michael Krupa. And if I mispronounce that, then somebody in the committee will correct me. And he gave a really great summary of what's going on at this facility. And once again, Holyoke is kind of stepped up, and our most neglected members of our human family really are going to have a home welcome in Holyoke, and it's due to Mira Vista. Is due to Bay State Health, the people at the former Montmarie, people at the former geriatric, and I know we're going to see some changes soon to the former Mount St. Vincent. So that cluster in that part of the city is really transitioning into something unique to Massachusetts and probably New England, in the sense that there's going to be a lot of services for individuals with clinical mental health needs. Mr. Krupa had a really broad discussion about the number of beds, the number of jobs. It will be a tax-paying entity. The professional jobs that they're going to be there. That you're looking at really some high-end positions, but not just high-end positions. There's going to be a lot of blue-collar jobs available too, and so we were grateful to hear that. Their timeline to get this going, I'm going to say, it sounds aggressive, to at least to me, because they made it sound like it was going to happen in April, May. I'm wondering how it's going to happen, but so the organization purchased the Providence. They purchased the Catherine Horan building. Really, it's just going to be a pretty exciting thing. I just want to make one small point. Two small points. One is that Dr. Krupa did mention how closely his organization works with Bay State, and Bay State, as we know, is going to be at the former geriatric, and so it sounds to me as if they're going to have not overlapping services to the extent that they can avoid it. So it's going to be as broad as possible. In other words, Providence Hospital sounds like it's going to be serving adolescents and children and kind of senior adults, but time will tell. I will say this to my friend through the chair, Councilor Leahy. It did not go unnoticed to my ears, because I wrote in my notes that Councilor McGivern was referred to as Councilor McGovern. So I would be regretful if I didn't mention that to my friend Councilor Leahy, because I mispronounced his name too myself, which is
You might
how in
get in
the world I
trouble
could
for
do that. I don't
speaking
know. But
out of turn there,
but we had a great. It was really a lot of good questions from the committee. We didn't have any member of the public. I was a little surprised that no member of the public asked to participate, but they didn't. So it was informative, and we want to thank Senator Welch and Dr. Krupa for their participation and investment in the city. Thank you.
Councilor Leahy.
Mr. President. Yeah,
hold
thank
on,
you.
Councilor Graney. Councilor Leahy, then Councilor Graney.
Yeah, once again, thank you so much. As I noted earlier, Councilor Bartley did a fantastic job with this. I didn't realize Councilor or State Senator Welch, good friend of mine. I didn't realize he took out his papers and became a lobbyist. I think he's going to do a fantastic job in that line of work. He's a great person. He did a great job for West Springfield and Springfield itself. In his representation with Dr. Krupka, I think you said that right, David, and hopefully I'm saying that right as well. He's doing a fantastic thing. Major depression disorder is obviously a major thing now and always has been, but reading reports and reading different editorials down the road with this whole COVID, I mean, not only is it affecting adolescents, but it's also affecting I don't care what the demographic is, it's affecting everybody. But I think what you're going to see is people in their I would say early academic years and in college and post-college. I think down the road you're going to be seeing a lot of signs of major depressive disorder, at least according to the DSM-5. What he's going to be doing is he's going to be adding beds to where there isn't any. From my work in my previous pharmaceuticals, if you're going to tell a child that's going to college and wants to become a doctor, one of the best avenues to go to is psychiatry. There's not enough psychiatrists to host the people that we have, not to mention the people that are trying to get beds now. It's a serious issue, and I think Dr. Krupka, with his plan, is not only going to plan for adding additional beds into the West Springfield area, the Holyoke area, but he's also going to have different office spaces for people that are going to kind of parlay off that, whether they're other professionals, as David said, psychotherapists and psychologists, that sort of thing. So I think this is a great thing, and I'll stand behind it. Thank you.
Councilor Graney?
Yeah, just quickly, Dr. Krupa, he also informed us that this is not his first rodeo. He has two other facilities, I believe, that are in full operation that have been successful, and they are drawing from all over the state. So this is something that he's well experienced in, and like Chairman Bartley said, he is in cooperating with Bay State, and this is going to be good for Holyoke. It is a tax-paying entity, which is great in itself as well. So we're fully in support of it. Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was even though announced previously, this conversation with the committee was a breath of fresh air. Well detailed and well explained to something that looked like it was going to be a disaster, not just for the city, but for the region itself. I mean, we all still say as Hoyokers Providence Hospital, but the truth is Providence Hospital, and not the original, obviously Providence Hospital, but the second Providence Hospital was absorbed by Mercy Hospital, and then Mercy Hospital was bought out by Trinity, and now Trinity is selling this. I mean, I'm sure it's economic reasons, and I'm sure it's to the better good for the budget of Trinity. But the Vista Mirror that did manage this behavioral health network several years ago and did a great job for Mercy, under Mercy's umbrella. And I think it's important because of everything that's been said tonight. And there's more. There's even more to this campus. The Department of the mental health beds are very important. The substance abuse beds are very important. The methadone clinic. A driver's alcohol education program is second to none from Worcester, through the Berkshires. It's one of the most well-respected programs in the area. there are counselors through Providence that offer services that are incredible. You know, they've been doing it for decades. They are, and I know we weren't going to lose the counselors, but to lose a familiar area where people go for these type of services when necessary is something that I think could have been a tragedy. But it's important that they keep this campus going, because behavioral health networks are so important, part of our fabric and part of the reality of the life that so many families face today. And to have this unit in Holyoke and to keep it in Holyoke is a big plus.
Mr. President?
Hold on, Councilor Graney. Councilor Tallman, then Councilor Graney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. Taking this building and putting what Dr. Kupka said into, keeping it active and keeping it with the local workers. It's provided many jobs. Being a taxable entity is a home run, and needed that definitely he stated that, within.
I can't hear Councilor Tallman. I'm the only one having trouble.
It's breaking up a little bit, Councilor Tallman.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Much
There it
better.
is.
The better?
Much
Yeah.
better.
Okay. Much needed beds in this community, and the taxable base that will be provided for our city coffers. It's just really refreshing to hear that they're willing to take this property and really put it to good use in the future. Thank you.
Councilor Graney.
Just a quick note for all you youngsters on the city council, the original Providence Hospital was right across from the post office in downtown Holyoke. I know that because I had my tonsils out there. Thank you.
I know that because I was born there.
I thought maybe you were born there.
I was born there.
I was born there too.
Councilor Bartley.
I was born in the Providence Hospital right down the highway here. That's where I was born. So there you go. I just want to emphasize two things. One comment made by Councilor Graney and one comment made by Councilor McGivern. One is the experience of Mira Vista. That should not be pushed aside lightly. So Trinity could have, Trinity owns it. They could have sold it to anybody, right? And so they sold it to a veteran agency that now, Mr. President, they're going to hire over 200 people and close to 300 people. That should not be taken lightly. I wish we had a media once in a while in Holyoke to report this stuff, but we don't. So I'll leave that to be. And I think that Councilor Graney should get credit for mentioning. Councilor McGivern should get credit too, because this could have been the ultimate disaster. Who knows what was going to happen? Because we heard all the feedback when Bay State took over geriatric, and now in retrospect, thank goodness that they have, and now it's even caused further development. But when you look at the DUI program, the detox, the methadone, the various programs that are held at Providence on a pre-COVID, by some post-COVID basis, they'll be back up and running. These are absolutely critical to this city and the wider region, and that should just be, it should really be emphasized. And I just want to take a moment to thank my fellow councilors for pointing that out so that I can underline it. I try not to get overly verbose. I know I am at times, but this is something I'm frankly very excited about as just to see this building, this icon of the city really be continued for ultimately public use, Mr. President. And furthermore, it's going to be a tax-paying entity. So that's just a bonus. Thank you.
Anyone further? Yeah, and I thank you to Councilor Bartley for taking up right away. When Jim Welch reached out to me and I had a very long conversation with him and the doctor, I said, it's not for me to report that back in that extent. So taking it up to allow you guys to get all the information the way you did, I appreciate it. And it's something that they were very excited to be able to come before all of you to let you know what they were looking to do and make sure you answer any question was answered. So they were right up front with it. So I thank Jim right away for that. So with that one, that is complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 38H, Command DGNR was referred in order to discuss The minutes of the Whiting Reservoir Study Committee have considered the same, recommend that it's been complied with.
Motion to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt, or discussion?
Yep, so Mr. President, so these last two orders are the GR and the DGR, so the governmental relations. And so what we have here, and I'm very, very proud that I was part of the ordinance, but I was just a small part. It's really Councilor Sullivan that really wanted to get this going, but he was a little green at one point as a counselor, and I said, well, let's put it into an ordinance form. And that was really my input, but it was Mike really that wanted to puts this along. And right now, Mr. President, this committee is dynamic and is bearing fruit. And any member who, I really encourage anyone, to go back and watch the tape. So we were lucky to have, in no particular order, Jeff Horan, Megan Connors, and of course the iconic Sue Ellen Panich, the chair lady of the committee. And as often as I blast the former mayor, I will say that the former mayor had the good vision to appoint Mrs. Panich to be the chair of this very important committee. And what they've done, and if you haven't watched their meetings, they are they're interesting as can be. And so they're really doing some wonderful things. They've taken our little ordinance, our little 6-paragraph ordinance, and that committee's running with it. And they're finding out all sorts of things from abutters and from other stakeholders, what works and what doesn't work around this. I mean, again, iconic part of the city of Holyoke. When those who are outsiders to this community, they have quite often no clue that Mount Tom State reservations, and they don't even know they're in the city of Holyoke half the time. And so the Whiting Street Reservoir is abuts all that, and it's a gem. And I, for my part, I just wanted to hear and see from other people besides elected officials what their take is on this body, and what Mrs. Panich and the committee, Megan and Jeff, and the people they bring in. Kip Foley's. I mean, I'm going to miss people, and I apologize to those that I'm going to miss. But it's a wonderful committee. All the meetings are public. They're on Channel 15 on the Zoom, and I encourage you to watch them. So they gave us an update on what's happening with the committee. They've got another couple meetings in April, and then they've got some real due diligence, Mr. President, in May and June, and then we kind of set it to them is that what we'd like for them to come back before this committee in September, October with kind of a recap. And so I'll finish this way, Mr. President. It took us a little while to get this thing going, but now that it has, the Whiting Street Reservoir Committee is off and making a beeline towards the finish line. And I really am very, very grateful for so there's going to be some votes that we're going to have to take going forward, and councilors need to be. Let me add one last piece. I think Councilor Tallman brought up earlier relative to the Bears Hole thing. It's very possible, Mr. President, that the city of Holyoke could be the beneficiary, hypothetically, of a conservation commission, a conservation restriction. Largesse from Audubon and or DCR. I would not be shocked if that came before us. And then the plan would be, what would the mayor want to do with those resources? And there's just a myriad of possibilities when you think about it. But that's just one possibility. There's the committee is looking at other things, and whether it's hiking or fishing or boating or whatever, it's just going to be. So they're going about it thoughtfully, incrementally, and I'm looking forward to their final report. And thank you to them, and thank you for listening.
Mr. President?
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, just quickly, I encourage everybody on the committee to read all the documents that are involved with this thing, especially the tie-in bond report concerning the reservoir, the spillway, and all the information that they've tabulated throughout the study. It's fascinating. There's a lot of history there, the history of the reservoir, like Chairman Bartley said about the abutters and all the people who are involved. This is a major involvement for the city of Holyoke, and the documents that are involved are extensive, but very interesting, especially the tie and bond report. So I would encourage all councilors to really dig into this issue and study it thoroughly, because there are going to be some very important votes that are going to be taken in the future. Thank you very much.
Anyone further? Seeing none, motion that this has been complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That takes us to the end of that. There was no charter rules. The joint committee.
Mr. President?
Yep, Councilor Bacon.
Thank you. I would just like the council to know that Charter and Rules will be meeting on April 12th at 6:30. Thank you.
April 12th. Okay. So we're now on to motions, orders, and resolution. If it's going to committee, debate it in committee. So here, agenda item 41 is from Councilor Graney. It's an order that the DPW act as soon as possible to fill potholes along Northampton Street from Lynch down to the monastery. Motion be receive, adopt, send to DPW.
Mr. President?
Yep. Councilor Graney.
Just quickly, I know we don't want to debate. This stretch of road is an embarrassment to the city, and I hope they can get on it right away. Thank you very much.
Just let you know, Councilor Graney, that they will patch it, but understand that we have that $2.5 million bond from the state that we're trying to get in here to redo that entire strip, because it's that bad.
I understand, but right now it's like a ski mogul run coming down that thing. So
it's bad.
So anything that they can do will help.
Yep. Receive, adopt, send to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 42 from Councilor Graney, or that the city engineer DPW expedite placing the speed limit and thick side signs on Mountain Road as previously discussed in the Public Safety Committee.
Can I be on that, Howie?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
And Councilor Bacon. Motion would be to receive and send to city engineer DPW to get the signs up.
Yep.
Yes, as soon as possible. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 43 is from Councilor Hernandez and myself, or that the city council inviting the city solicitor and personnel director to an executive session, discuss the emails that we all received regarding the DPW. So motion will be receive, and we'll set up an executive session for that at some point in time. Councilor Hernandez, you're on mute.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear now? Yep.
Okay, yeah, because I have my phone is connected as well. But so this doesn't go to a committee, Mr. President?
We can,
or just for the executive session?
It'll be an executive session based on that was a personnel type matter, even though certain emails were let out. I mean, you could send it to public service, but it's really just going to be an executive session, I guess. Is the way to do it.
Okay. So when does the executive session take place?
Well, we'll send it to the solicitor and hopefully get the prior former personnel director to attend a meeting. So we'll have to see what their schedules are.
Okay, thank you.
I can't give you a date just yet.
Okay, thanks.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 44 is from Councilor Hernandez that a handicap sign be placed at 251 Walnut Street to ordinance.
The Disabilities Commission.
And disabilities, copy is Disability Commission. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 45 is from myself, order that the legal department become before the city council to get an update on the Yale Street project.
Public service.
Want to send a public service? All those in favor?
Yeah, Mr. President, can we just suspend and take up the late file I put for Kip Foley's letter?
Yep, hold on a second.
That goes along with this.
Second.
That would be F. Motion is suspend rules, go out of order to F. And this is a letter from Kip Foley, as mentioned, with regards to the MHA Yale Street facility. So take 45 and late file F and send to public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 46 is the resolution on the biomass plant, of which, as we alluded to earlier, Mass DEP is taking care of that. The Miss Farmer who suggested this suggested maybe sending it back.
46 is MSBA.
MSBA.
Oh, sorry.
We did it.
46 is the MSBA. Sorry. 47 was the resolution. Sorry. Just saying there that the requester of the League of Women's asked that we either table it or we could send it back to committee to tweak it to be in line with what was just approved. That was the request. So whatever you want to do. Just putting out there the email I got.
Let's send it back to committee in case there's anything that changes.
Okay, so this refer back 47 back to public safety. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 48 is from myself, order to invite in the auditor, discuss the update on the council rules associated with the ARP Act. Orders also to provide the council an update as they become available. Refer to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 49 is from Councilor McGivern. The city council removed the enterprise fund status of the wastewater treatment plant.
Ordinance, please.
To ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 50 from Councilor McGivern that the city council issue proclamation of appreciation of Charles, how you say it, Laspick? Saying that?
I've always said it that way. You did a fine job.
All right, for 32 years of service to the Holyoke Heritage State Park. So motion be receive, adopt.
Please add my name with the maker's permission.
Well, absolutely. I hope everybody would like to join.
Want to add everyone? Add all?
Yes.
Everybody on there.
Maybe add
I could,
everyone.
Mr. President, I just, for 1 minute,
Councilor McGivern.
Both the director of the Children's Museum, Sue Kelly, the executive director of the Volleyball Hall of Fame, and our business administrative manager of the Holyoke Merry-Go-Round reached out and let me know that Charlie is retiring April 10th after 32 years of service to Heritage Park. If you don't know Charlie, I think you do know Charlie, and I just note some of the things that, Charlie, besides being a person that's taking care of the park, he's taking care of the visitor center. He is extremely well versed in the heritage, the history of the city of Holyoke. He has always been more than willing to, whether it be students or young kids or adults or whoever wanted to hear the story, to go through it with them. He's taking care of the park with special events, parks and recreation, the railroad, things associated with the Volleyball Hall of Fame, the merry-go-round, the Children's Museum. And one of my most lovable stories is I always called Charlie not just the ambassador of Holyoke, but during those great days when we had Celebrate Holyoke, Charlie was the voice of Holyoke, because it was often his voice. You may never have saw him introducing some incredible bands that played on the stage at Celebrate Holyoke. I remember running down to Heritage State Park after getting back from a vacation because the Beaver Brown Band was playing, and I just wanted to hear their rendition of On the Dark Side. And I was on High Street running to Heritage Park, and I heard Charlie introduce the Beaver Brown Band. And I know two things. One, the Beaver Brown Band was coming on. Two was it was Charlie. But he's been an unsung hero for Holyoke, and I would just ask the City Council to consider giving him a proclamation recognizing him, not just for 32 years, but for 32 years talking nothing but positive about our great city.
So motion is to add everyone, and it would be receive, adopt, and then we'll get the proclamation. The question would be is, how do you want to do it in getting it over to them? Is there an event for them, or do we do it on a Zoom meeting and we get them the proclamation? How would you like to do it? See, now we're not in chamber.
I'd leave it up to the majority of the council. I think a Zoom meeting might work. You know, I'd have to inquire, but if not, there's no event I know of obviously because of COVID restrictions. But I think,
Mr. President,
number of ways we could do it.
how about an outdoor ceremony at Heritage Park?
We'll have Councilor McGivern get an answer to that, but we'll make sure this is done. We'll get it done. I just want to make sure how you want to get it to them.
Okay. And I'll be happy to scan the letter to Jeff, and so we can have all the details, and whoever does anybody do the calligraphy these days?
I can reach out to someone I know.
Yeah, that's someone that is very special to us.
Patty.
So motion is status all, and motion is to receive and adopt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 51 and 52, you want to take up as a package?
And the rules to take up the package, 51 and 52.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 51, 52. Motion would be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. It's from the firefighters, $4,327.92 to then injured on duty. And then 52 is from the police officers, $10,447.19 to injured on duty. Under discussion, Councilman McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. As always, this is just an accounting maneuver that allows us to note that when a firefighter or police officer is injured on duty, it could be just something that happened on the weekend. They may only be on injured duty status for a day or two, or sometimes, unfortunately, it could be longer, that we separate their salary out of the salary line item so we know that the dollars we're spending on salary is when it's active, and of course the same dollars we're spending when it's injured on duty. Just recommend it be adopted tonight.
So it's firefighter 2, police 3. If I did that right. 1, 2, yeah, 3. So motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 51 and 52.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon,
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve those two. 53, 54, 55. Do you want to take as a package?
Make a motion to take as a package and refer to Committee on Finance.
So 53, 54, 55, take as a package. All those in favor? All those
Aye.
opposed? Send to finance. 53 is cruiser lease, 35,000 to motor vehicles. 54 is 16,455.94 from longevity med officer in service to grant. And then this is the 15,500 for another grant, the emergency management COVID grant. All to finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 56 from Councilor Murphy, order that the joint school and council meet with the receiver to discuss potential benefits to provide cursive writing instruction in some of the early grades. Studies have demonstrated that learning cursive improves the fine motor skills, increasing brain activity, right-handed, left-handed, to help tools for those learning disabilities and improve hand-eye coordination.
I know Councilor Graney would like to co-sign that.
And
Yes, sir.
Councilor Graney,
And refer to the joint committee.
and refer to the joint committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed. 57 from Councilor Murphy, order that the city council consider adopting a wage theft ordinance for all contractors doing projects in the city and receiving special tax incentives by the city similar to East Hampton and Springfield with the following purpose: prevent misclassification of employees at independent contractors, assuring that employees are paying all payroll taxes and workers' compensation premiums, comply with state laws governing the payments and prevailing wages, and assure contractors provide an opportunity for Holyoke residents, veterans, and people of color and women.
Ordinance.
The ordinance committee.
To ordinance.
Minor
And,
correction here.
Hold on, Counselor Sullivan.
Yeah, I think it should say assure that employers are paying all payroll taxes and workers comp premiums. Because those are deducted from their payrolls, and it's the employer's responsibility to pay those.
Yeah, employer, yeah.
Yes, you are right. I'll accept that friendly amendment.
All right, change it to employers.
One
on
letter.
that amendment. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. I have a similar order in the ordinance committee jacket at the moment. So with the maker's permission, I would like to be added to this one.
Absolutely.
Adding Counselor Lisi.
Mr.
This
President,
is all. Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Counselor Graney.
just to go back 1 minute, did you add me to 56?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So 57 to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 58 from Counselor Murphy, or that the city charter be amended so that if there's a vacancy in the mayor's office and the president of city council cannot assume the duties full-time, the full-time council would then select another counselor to assume the acting mayor by majority vote. The acting mayor would still continue to represent the constituents as a counselor. To charter and rules.
Charter rules.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 59 from Counselor Murphy, order that the council work with the city solicitor, police chief, or state legislative delegation if needed to put in place significant penalties for dirt bikers and other endangering public with their tactics in public streets. This is both a quality of life issue and public safety issue that needs addressing. This would be public safety. And I know Springfield adopted something. I think Counselor Leahy sent it to me, but I lost it. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta get that
Just
one.
like one quick.
Yeah, I gave you the language to it.
And I,
Counselor
I
Murphy.
had doubts about it, but I had people complaining, and then I actually saw it the other day, and it was on Beach and West Franklin and I mean, there were 4 of them, and they were going right back and forth on back wheeling right in front of cars as cars were going. They were going through red lights. And they were really causing some serious danger. I mean, those people definitely need to have their vehicles removed before someone gets killed. And I mean, I think public safety is the way to go. And then we may have to come back to ordinance, but I think we need to get some state approval from what I understood.
Yeah, I know Counselor Leahy was working with the counselors in Springfield, and they sent us over something. What we can do is we can get that for public safety and bring it
Yeah,
up.
I'll submit that to public safety. I have all the language.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so 2 public safety for this one. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those. All right. 60 is from Counselor Murphy, order that the DPW plan for paving High Street roads in Jackson Street and Appleton Street as soon as possible. Motion would be to receive, adopt, and send to DPW.
Yes.
And get a reply back as to when they're going to do it.
Yeah, and they actually in the Public Safety Committee, and after I filed this, I found out that there is plans on this being done probably in 22 with a tips program. So it looks like it's in the works. So.
All right, so receive, adopt, send to DPW with a response back to Counselor Murphy. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 61 from Counselor Murphy, order that the leadership and the Holyoke Row and Park and Recreation Director commissioners meet with the Public Service Committee to develop a plan to allow more Holyoke youngsters to a chance to participate in this summer's program. Can we develop a plan to reduce the $100 weekly fee for children? And if so, by how much? If not, can we seek out sponsors or provide opportunities for the children with the inability to pay? So 2 public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Counselor Murphy and Counselor Sullivan at number 62, order that the Board of Health, Police, DPW remove the debris which is located on the billboard on the southeast intersection of the Commercial and Cabot Street. Please remove debris, clear the brush and wood piles behind the temporary protection. Specifically for the Board of Health to work with Social Services Agency to see if they can help anyone using that location. In addition, the DPW should assign a crew to clean up the northeast side of the structure at 16 Commercial Street, which has trash and debris that needs to be cleaned up as well.
Make the motion be adopted, referred to the Board of Health, the Department of Public Works, and the Police Department.
So motion is receive, adopt, Board of Health, DPW, and Police. All those in, Councilor McGivern.
Is this private property? If I could ask through the chair.
Is it Councilor Murphy? Do you know?
I
Or?
believe the 16 commercial is now part of what the city has had to take over. It's one of those buildings that we're going to end up taking down. And it is just a travesty. I mean, I think the city owns this property now. The other aspect is someone, they're basically polluting the area underneath the billboard. So it looks like it's right by the railroad track.
Who owns the billboard?
Just go to committee.
That I don't know.
Motion is to adopt. That's why I'm discussing.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Because
send it to public safety and they can get the answer about being able to clean it up.
I don't. We just shouldn't be cleaning up private property. We can't clean up private property. It's against the law.
Councilor Sullivan.
So there's someone living in this structure. Now, a little over a year ago, another person was doing the same thing and froze to death. This person is suffering from some type of disorder. We need to reach out. We need to do something. We need to take some action to help these people, not just let them sit out there and freeze to death. Also, it's an illegal structure, regardless, that has been erected there. We can't, sending this to committee is pointless at this, to allow this type of condition to exist in the city is immoral and indecent.
You can do it. You can do a receive, adopt, and send it because it's going to police, DPW, and Board of Health. If it's private property and we can't go on, they just won't go on. That is really what would happen. It's like saying cut down a tree in someone's backyard when we know you can't go back there because it's private property. So
can we adopt it and send a copy to public safety, and I can then follow up?
Yeah, and then follow up.
Find more information. But I do think, I mean, it's first of all, it looks terrible. Second, I know, and I walked down there, and a person wasn't there at that time. But basically, you're trash all over the place, and then the trash just flies all over the rest of the area. So the whole, and the boys and girls clubs right across the street. You know, there's a number of issues there. So
okay, so receive, adopt. Counselor, where are you?
If there's issues and it is private property, there's other avenues we can go through, such as Montauk mental crisis. God forbid there is somebody that's there with some issues. There are other avenues we can go down to make sure that this individual is okay.
Yep. And I think that would be referred back to public safety if that's what holds. So receive, adopt, send the Board of Health, DPW, the police with a copy to public safety, and then we'll get the report back. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 63 from Councilor Murphy, Councilor Sullivan, order that the ordinance committee meet with the planning board solicitor to discuss potential zone changes, which would create more appropriate requirements to host facilities similar to the proposed at 11 Yale Street, and meet with any state required mandates. Whenever possible, the city should be empowered to reject proposals which might negatively impact the neighborhood and lead to deterioration, property values, and property taxes. The goal should be to provide excellent facilities for people in recovery while not negatively impacting others.
Motion for ordinance.
Motion for ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 64 from Councilor Sullivan, Councilor McGee, that the DPW install glass display cases in the hallways at City Hall in order to display historical items. Send that to DPW. Receive, adopt, send to DPW. All
Copy
those
to
in
the
favor?
Historic Commission.
In Historic Commission.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 65 is from Counselor Bacon that the DPW paint the lines in the roads marking the 2 lanes left turn at Homestead and Lower Westfield that have been completely worn away by, and is a safety hazard.
Receive, adopt, and send to DPW, please.
Motion is receive, adopt, send to DPW. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? From Counselor Bacon, order that effective March 26, 2021 for the remainder of 2021 or sooner, if allowed by the Mass General Court, any acting mayor, if accepting the mayor's salary, shall be paid pro rata basis if performing the duties part-time.
Ordinance.
To ordinance. All those in favor? All those opposed? 67 from Counselor Bartley, that the DPW install signage at Gilman and Clark Street to alert motorists there is no exit.
Receive and adopt.
Motion is receive, adopt, send to DPW.
DPW.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 68 is from Counselor Bartley, that the city forester report to the City Council Public Safety Committee to update on requests for tree remediation approximate to 54 Lawler Street and 219 Suffolk Street.
Refer to public safety, copy to the forester, please, for a hearing.
Second.
To public safety,
Copy to
forestry.
the forester.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Almost done. We got a few late files left. A, we undersigned, so it's a petition requesting resident-only permit parking at 45 to 52 Canal Street. Send that to,
And it's to ordinance, it's the accompaniment to a prior order filed.
all right, so to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? B is a request from Counselor McGivern, which would be for finance for pay senior planner 5,000 overtime to finance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? E is from Jeffrey Anderson Burgos. It's the email for our questions from DGNR for Upland Road. I guess it was answers to questions that we had. Send that to DGNR.
Yeah, just for historical purposes. Thank you.
So receive and send to DGNR to put in the archives. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? G is appointing a board of registrar of voters. It's a Republican member. It's a Mark Hickey to replace Preston Macy. March 31st, expires March 31st, 2024. So that'd be to public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The next one is the other Republican member, which is Miss McNeil, which hers would also be March 31st, 2024, public service. The next one would be the Democratic member, which would be Ray Drunowski, and his term would be to March 31st, 2024, to public service. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And then we have the last we'll take up as a group because it came in from Counselor Sullivan and they're all CPA. This would be, I have it down, hopefully I got it right, J, K, L, M, and N. J would be that the council approve the CPA recommendation of $210,000 to Mayor Field improvements. K would be CPA recommendation of $10,000 for the JFK Memorial restoration. L would be for $130,677 for the fire engine number 9 restoration. CPA M would be $40,000 for the Pulaski Park engineering study, and CPA of $60,000, which is the last one, N, for the War Memorial facade restoration. All those to finance? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? I think that is it.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I just want to express to all the residents of Hoyoke, my displeasure with going by the Lynch School every day and seeing the wrecking ball raising that beautiful building. It was a beautiful piece of architecture built in 1953 by the veterans that came back, worked for the M.J. Walsh Company from the Korean War. As all the alumni from Lynch School, I feel your pain, and I'm sorry that I did as much as I could to preserve that building, and I'm sorry it has to go. But I guess if that's progress, well, that's too bad. I just want to express my displeasure with the whole operation that has been going on for 8 years. Thank you.
Councilor Granny. Anyone further? Motion would be to adjourn.
Moved.
Second.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Have a good night, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.